Okay, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. Looking out into the audience is like a sea of red. We got the home hardware, and of course our amazing U18 hockey team, Wasaga Stars, on this side. So what a great morning, great way to start the day. We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll ask everyone, if you can, to please stand, move your caps for O Canada. Number 1.2, land acknowledgement, and I will look to Councillor DeLeo for that. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. May-wich. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May-wich. And now moving on to the next few items on the agenda. This is a very celebratory. We've got a few things to celebrate here today and get some pictures, so we just ask that everyone would bear with us. First, I want to start off with item number 1.3, which is our corporate curling team for the town of Wasaga Beach, and I want to congratulate our team on an outstanding achievement at the Curling Club on March 25th, 2026. This team captured Corporate League Champion Guns Division Trophy, marking the third time since 2018 that they have brought this title home. Consistency obviously speaks to teamwork, skill, and obviously a great camaraderie. So congratulations to Dave Hatherley, Gerald, Alan McClure, and Amy Ha on a job well done. You represent the town with pride. We couldn't be more proud of our curling team, and we know that this team really does pour everything Wasaga into the game when they're playing. So congratulations to you. You to come forward and we'll it's flashing here. The next item on the agenda is number 1.4, which is Certificate of Achievement to Beach Builders Home Hardware. And, you know, I know that members of council were out to Beach Builders a couple of weeks ago to help celebrate this, but this is such a significant milestone for any business, not just here in Wasaga Beach, but anywhere in this day. So, you know, today we've a wonderful opportunity to recognize one of Wasaga Beach's most trusted and long-standing businesses. On behalf of the town of Wasaga and our entire community, I'm proud to extend our heartfelt congratulations to Beach Builders Home Hardware on 55 years in business. That alone deserves an applause. I'd also like to offer a special thank you to Todd and Krista Young, Jamie and Jill Vandenberg, the current owners and operators of Beach Builder, as well to the matriarch of the family, Jerry Vandenberg, and his lovely wife, Sharon, the previous owners, for joining us here today. Reaching 50 years is a major milestone, but doing so while remaining deeply rooted in the same community, delivering unwavering service and fostering long-standing relationships is truly remarkable. Beach Builder's story began on April 1st, 1971. I bet it was no joke back then, that's for sure. And when the original owner, Dub Cullum, opened the shop across from Fire Station Number 2, which was just a small hardware store, which started out in that neighborhood as a hardware store and has grown to a vital part of our town, supporting homeowners. Contractors, builders, families, and new residents and generations, and 4 generations. In 1991, the business entered its next chapter when Jerry and Sharon Vandenberg purchased Beach Builders, continuing its growth and expanding its physical footprint while maintaining its strong community focus. And I can remember as a small kid very clearly when Tiger Carts used to be sitting right where that hardware is today. So a long, long time for sure. And then, of course, you know, Jamie Vandenberg took over from his parents along with the co-owner Todd Young and carrying forward the family legacy with the Wasaga Beach pride and the same dedication and vision that has defined Wasaga Beach Builders for decades. And I have to say that when people talk about Beach Builders, the very first thing that they mention is the incredible team there and the customer service. The staff consistency goes above and beyond, not only through exceptional customer service, but through generous community involvement, whether it's earning the People's Choice Award or our annual Snowman Mania Chili Cook-Off, hosting hands-on workshops where residents build everything from toolboxes to doormats, or partnering with Trees Canada since 2008 to plant trees in our town every September. Beach Builders has truly woven itself into the fabric of Wasaga Beach. And here to celebrate 55 years of achievement and many more successful years ahead is the family that's made it all possible. The family that has poured their blood, sweat, and tears into not only their business, but our community. So congratulations once again, and thank you. Thank you so very much for a meaningful and lasting contribution to our community. And I'll now invite you all up here today for a photo with council. Jerry and I were just conversing there a bit, and I told him I remembered when he was with Borden's Dairy before taking on the hardware, and he had mentioned that him and his wife Sharon came to Wasaga Beach in 1961. So when we have people say, geez, I've been here a long time, and I often say, you know, how long? Oh, 15 years. 1961. All right, item number 1.5 on the agenda is another very, very exciting moment for our community, and this is the Wasaga Stars U18 hockey team who are here with us today, not in school, and I'm sure that's breaking their hearts. So again, on behalf of council and the town of Wasaga Beach, it's a true honor to congratulate the Wasaga Stars U18 Tier 2 team on an extraordinary accomplishment, being crowned the 2026 OMHA Red Hat Champions. And before I go any further, I think we've got a video that we want to show. Ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable win this was.
Shot the goaltender on the puck. And a hook. Goal! Balancing the score sheet. When he's got it, the man marking. And Paul Skidmore, Bodie Fraser, pull off a late miracle. And it's next goal. One for the win. Paul Skidmore. Pucks to Bradley. Bradley just holy hell! The Stars are your champions. And Hudson Bradford is the hero today.
Great job, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this championship is about so much more than a winning goal or a banner. It represents months and months of dedication, perseverance, and heart. Through big wins and tough challenges, this team stayed united. They lifted up one another, and they continued to believe in themselves. And that resilience, that teamwork, and that pride in wearing the Wasaga Stars jersey is what minor hockey in Wasaga Beach is about and always has been about and always will be about. I understand that for 9 senior players, this championship game marked the final minor hockey game of their careers. What a great way to go out, guys. And to close this chapter as provincial champions is something truly special. It is a moment that you will never, ever forget, I am sure, and a legacy that you will leave behind you that will inspire players across this organization for years to come. And I am sure that when you're in the arena now and the younger kids are there, they're looking up to you, and they're proud, and they want to be just like you. We also extend our deepest thanks to the coaching staff, whose dedication, leadership, and unwavering belief helping, guiding this team, both on and off the ice. Coaches Dan Fusco and Phil Granger, Patrick Paul, Lucas Fusco, and Robert Fusco. This achievement would not have been possible without your guidance and your commitment to the team. So thank you as well to the team manager, Lisa Lenars, for the countless hours of hard work and care behind the scenes that keep this team moving forward each and every season. We're especially proud of every single player. Captain Jacob Lenars, the assistant captains, Ryder Milligan, Cole Skidmore, Aidan Tivendale, goaltenders Quentin Laporte and Connor Wyville, and players Zach Posabon, Braden Halliday, Kristen Macrick, Hudson Bone, Hudson Bradford, Sawyer Bradley, Thomas Dubin, Ronan Fraser, Travis Hinks, Kieran Kennedy, Landon Tardoff, and Carson Thorne. Now, if I've pronounced any of your names wrong, guys, I am truly sorry. But each of you played an important role on this remarkable joint journey. And to the families and the volunteers who have filled the stands and drove the miles and stood behind this team, each and every step of the way, this championship also belongs to you. Your passion, your dedication are the foundation of this hockey community. Bringing the red hat home in dynamic and dramatic overtime fashion was a moment of pride, not just for this team, but for the entire town of Wasaga Beach and every citizen that lives in it. You represented your community with heart, sportsmanship, and determination. Now go forward and be proud and represent us with pride. Congratulations once again to the Wasaga Stars. You've made Wasaga Beach, your hometown, incredibly proud. Thank you. Now, before we come up and get a photo, I just want to invite the two coaches up to say a couple of words. I understand they're here. There he is. You can't miss him once he stands up. Big Phil. That's it. Come on over, have a seat here, guys. Just push the silver button in the middle, and the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. We'd like to start by just thanking Council for recognizing our great achievement this season. I know I've personally been chasing this dream here in Wasaga Beach for the last 7 years. And you're looking at, not everyone could be here today, but you're looking at 18 players that figured out that it takes one heartbeat to be able to make something like this happen. I've played on some of the greatest teams in my career and some of the worst. And that's because you have to understand it takes one heartbeat to achieve a goal like this. And I'm just super proud to be a part of it and super proud to be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for having us here. Just to reiterate what Phil said, it wasn't the most perfect season. Like, we went 1-10 in January. Everything built towards us winning. So it was the ups and downs. Not everything's going to be perfect, and the boys battled throughout the year, and it really came together at the end of the year.
Well, that's excellent work. Excellent work, guys. And again, as we've said, you know, this wouldn't happen if it wasn't for your dedication, your love for the sport, and obviously your love and care for each one of these guys on the team to keep pushing them and coaching them, not only in hockey, but in life skills. And, you know, to you young gentlemen that are moving on, never forget what the great one said: you miss 100% of the shots you never take. So never be afraid to shoot at the net no matter what. Take those shots. And of course, for that, I can tell you firsthand as the mayor, you'll take the hits as well, but take those shots. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Congratulations once again. Come on forward, guys. Let's get a picture. Phil, can I get on your shoulders? I'd pay to see the honor. So much to celebrate in our town, that's for sure. All right, well, we'll get back to the meeting now, and item number 2 on our agenda this morning is disclose your pecuniary interests. I have no pecuniary interest before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting, members of council, you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Item number 3 is the adoption of the agenda with a recommended motion that the contents of the agenda for April 16th, 2026 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments on this? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 4 is approval of the minutes of the regular council meeting minutes of March 26th, and the recommended motion is that the minutes of the council meeting held March 26, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White and Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5 is the public meeting, the first of 2 this morning. This public meeting under the Planning Act regarding 40 Beach Drive zoning bylaw amendment. The application is by Sunray Beach Drive, Inc., town file number Z004-26. This is a public meeting regarding the proposed application for a zoning bylaw amended submitted for the property municipally addressed as 40 Beach Drive. The application being considered is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, town file number Z004-26, and this public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and to ask any clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting today. And please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. And to make a written request for notice at this meeting, please fill out the planning public meeting sign-in sheet, which is located at the podium there, beside our deputy clerk over here, and who is seated, of course, at her desk. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. And I'll pass this over to our planning staff. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council, members of the public in attendance in chambers and virtually online today. I am Candace Bondarchuk, Senior Planner for Development for the town of Wasaga Beach, assigned to this file. And I will be introducing the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for lands municipally addressed as 40 Beach Drive. The application has been submitted by Sunray Beach Drive, Inc., and I'd like to welcome the applicant's consultants in attendance today, Amanda Newlove with Jones Consulting Group, who will detail in the presentation the planning merits of the application, and Ralph Giannoni, principal of Giannoni Petriconi Associates, who will speak to the overall design and architectural elements. Further, Brandy Clement with Jones Consulting Group is available virtually, as well as Dan Burgess with representing Sunray Group. This slide is the overview and purpose of the public meeting. The outline for this morning's public meeting will follow the town standard format. Mayor Smith has introduced the public meeting, and planning staff will now describe the purpose of a public meeting, the planning application process, and present an overview of the applicant's proposed development. In accordance with the Planning Act, I can confirm that notice was circulated and this public meeting is required for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Planning staff introduced the proposal to council and the public, and the purpose of this public meeting is to provide the public, stakeholders, agencies, and boards an opportunity to provide written comments and oral submissions to council. This slide indicates where we are in the planning process. Planning staff have received the application, deemed the application complete, circulated public meeting notice, and now here we are today at the statutory required public meeting. The purpose of the public meeting today acts essentially as an information gathering session for staff and agencies to then review the comments received to date, analyze the applications, and at a later date provide council with a staff recommendation report. At a future date, council will render a decision on the application, and then staff issue a notice of decision, and the appeal period commences. This is the overview of the subject lands. The subject lands are municipally addressed as 40 Beach Drive. Approximate lot area is about 1.35 hectares. The surrounding land uses are beachfront, commercial, to the southwest, northeast, and there's a small residential pocket on the south side of Spruce Street and the corner of Main Street. Otherwise, the lands are transforming currently, and many of those lands are vacant. Here is our existing official plan designation slide. The official plan designation is the beach. The proposed hotel is a permitted use. And further, the official plan states that tourism-based commercial land uses, including entertainment uses and hotels, are in fact encouraged. Also, the future uses of the mixed-use building, commercial on the ground floor with residential above, and the parking structure are permitted and encouraged uses within the designation. Furthermore, the surrounding land uses are the beach and natural hazards designation. We include this slide of the proposed land use designations in the new official plan to give council a sense of the proposed land uses going forward in the new official plan, which was adopted by this council in November 2025. So the proposed designation is downtown strategic growth area, specifically the beach. And again, the proposed hotel is a permitted use, and commercial and retail establishments that are destination-oriented, tourism-oriented, intended to serve the traveling public, including commercial accommodations, which hotel would fall under, gaming facilities, entertainment attractions, dinner, theaters, restaurants, and commercial recreational uses would be permitted. Furthermore, the future use of the mixed-use buildings combined with ground floor commercial uses with dwelling units above the ground floor would also be permitted. The existing zoning is beach mixed-use holding, B1H, and the surrounding zones are beach mixed-use holding, H, and the beach transition holding, H. This slide is the ask, and Amanda Newlove with Jones Consulting will provide the specific details with regards to the relief sought. However, generally speaking, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is proposing to rezone the lands to a beach mixed-use holding zone with an exception. The relief sought in part would include such matters as exceptions to parking standards, driveways, bicycle spaces, fencing, illumination, building height, and angular planes. Essentially, the purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to facilitate the overall mixed-use development concept, including the hotel, which is phase 1A, and future phases, which will include mixed-use building, residential and commercial uses, and the parking structure. This slide is the concluding remarks slide. The public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing and not yet completed. Staff will receive comments to council and the applicant subsequent to this public meeting, and staff will provide a recommendation report to council at a future date. Thank you very much. For additional information, residents may contact planning staff at this email address and find the supporting documentation link there. This concludes town planning staff's introduction of the applicant's proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council.
Thank you very much, Candace. We'll now look to the applicant or their agent to make a brief presentation, and they'll provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And I see the team is here. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. And the floor is yours. When you're speaking, just push the center button, the silver button, and there you go. Perfect.
Yes, so good morning, Council, and thank you very much to staff for providing that presentation. My name is Amanda Newlove. I am a senior planner with the Jones Consulting Group, and I am joined today by Ralph Giannoni and Kate Gonashvili with the architects of GPA. We are also joined virtually by Brandy L. Clement, planning partner with the Jones Consulting Group, as well as the Sunray Group, including Dan Burgess, Frank Venditti, Kenny Gibson, and Shafari Bargava. So the purpose of today's public meeting is to present the proposed development located at 40 Beach Drive in the town of Wasaga Beach. The lands are shown on the slide, outlined in red. The subject lands are located in the historic main end of Wasaga Beach with frontage on Beach Drive and Mosley Street. The lands have a total lot area of 1.35 hectares and approximately 144.5 meters along Beach Drive and 139 meters along Mosley Street. The lands are located in the settlement area of Wasaga Beach, in the built boundary, and in the downtown strategic growth area. The lands have historically been utilized as a large parking lot and has since been consolidated with several other parcels. The surrounding development consists of sparse uses as a result of a fire that occurred in 2007. The lands to the south, east, and west generally consist of tourist, commercial, and commercial uses, with residential uses to the southeast. And further south across the bridge are commercial and residential uses. Wasaga Bay is directly to the north, and Wasaga River is to the south. So I'm now going to hand it over to Ralph, who's the lead architect, who will provide an overview of the proposed development site and layout and design.
Thank you, Amanda. Ralph, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Giannoni. I'm principal of Giannoni Petriconi Architects. I'm here with Kate from my office, and I'm here representing an entire consultant team as well as our clients who are here virtually, and we're really quite excited to kind of go through our proposal. So everything you're going to see here is based on the DNA of Wasaga. It is kind of custom-tailored solution and proposal that embraces the spirit and the physical experience of both the nostalgic experience and the contemporary experience of Wasaga, and of course to allow for an incredible future that we're so proud to be part of. So this first slide kind of shows little kind of vignettes of what we think is the Wasaga, and we put beach kind of in quotation marks, the beach experience. This idea, this beautiful, the longest freshwater beach in the world, this nostalgic image in the middle showing kind of cars parked on the beach, but showing the kind of first experience of that kind of beach experience, and of course this kind of intimate experience of getting to the beach and the landscape hitting the sand. And then at the bottom starts showing some ideas about kind of texture and form, materiality, and what we call a coastal vernacular, a vernacular that is embedded in the history of Wasaga and the history of built form along this edge of the lake. And this is a kind of, I'm going to say personal one, but also one that we talk about a lot in our studio, and of course embracing what we call the joyous chaos of Wasaga Beach. And again, personally speaking, coming up here in my teens and early 20s, having those kind of interesting, joyous, chaotic experiences. Mine were romantic walks on the beach and bird watching, but maybe there was also other kind of more interesting parts of that experience that were quite memorable, at least for all of us. And clearly we want to bring back that unique Wasaga beach experience. And it is this kind of eclectic, nostalgic, egalitarian expression that makes, I think, Wasaga Beach such a unique place and a unique opportunity to grow in the future. And then looking for a language that is unique to Wasaga, and it's like no other in the province. We are very focused on making sure that at the very first phase hits it out of the park and delivers what can be a kind of iconic first phase that allows the future phases to kind of roll out and support that. So, of course, there is the beach, how fantastic it is. And then there is this kind of idea of patinated texture to kind of make a building look like it's been there a long time, but it's still kind of fresh and new. And then, of course, the grand vistas that are so unique to this location. this idea of relaxation, going there to enjoy the Wasaga Beach, both the town as well as the beach experience, and then looking at architectures in the middle image that could embrace the kind of language that we all understand as places that are on the edge of waters, coastal experiences. And so this is kind of the kind of abstract idea of our first phase, which we're going to present today, is this kind of tripartite breakdown of the building. One is clearly the sky, the unbelievable sky that exists, the almost unbelievable sunsets that exist here in Wasaga. This kind of syncopated middle piece, which we kind of see as the kind of backdrop, with almost like the forest along the beach. And then the Wasaga chaos is a small-scale, pedestrian-scaled, unique, fun, engaging, animated experience that faces the beach. Kind of pulling way back to a master plan level. This is showing the entire site that is part of this application. On the left-hand side is the first phase, building 1 at the top left, showing that animation along the edge of the beach drive, facing the beach. On the far right is the eventual future festival square, which will have ground-related animation, retail, and hospitality uses that support that square. And then we're showing the phases that surround it. What's really essential here is this kind of idea of connectivity from the square to the beach, from the square through a new space that we're creating, which is a courtyard. And that courtyard does a number of things. It creates another way of getting to the beach. This idea that used to be there, where you can walk between buildings to get around, and there are always these unique experiences. So this court becomes a kind of complement to the festival square, and that there's a really strong pedestrian connection straight out to Beach Drive, and there's steps and ramps that would take you down to the beach. So this idea of a courtyard is both a kind of really unique, interesting kind of court space, but it also acts as a kind of car court. So all the traffic that would be for the hotel uses would actually be internal to the site and not using Festival Square or Beach Drive, which would cause potential conflict with the enjoyment of those spaces. So along the entire facade of the first phase, we're proposing this porch. The porches are a kind of vernacular that existed all over Wasaga. All these buildings had ground floor porches, second floor porches. So the porch is a real Wasaga, I'm going to say, typology, and we want to create a monumental one, the full length of our building in the first phase, facing the water. As I mentioned, this car court, which is really a square, an elevated internal square that is shared between pedestrians and vehicles. And then there is the Festival Square. Of course, our role is to animate that square. That Festival Square clearly is a key component of the revitalization of the center of the Maine here at Wasaga Beach. And then looking at in the short term, I actually met somebody today who is part of that ongoing experience here in Wasaga, that you can kind of create temporary animation, but eventually a building will go there in a future phase that would have permanent retail spaces and hospitality spaces that would support Festival Square. Just quickly looking back at the ownership and the phasing, the entire dashed area and highlighted area are the 2 phases that make up the Sunray Group development. The green is Festival Square, and you're looking at the first phase on the west side, and the second phase is on the east side. And then this is the phasing kind of with buildings showing on it. Again, on the east side, you're showing it is a Marriott Resort and Spa. It's actually really an amazing flag to carry. It's not just a Marriott hotel, it's the Marriott Resort. And it's not just a Marriott Resort, it's a Marriott Resort and Spa. So it is actually, Marriott really embraced the location and to deliver a really important piece of their hotel group. A banquet hall, a future hotel building on the south side, and then future phases on the right-hand side. You can kind of see the square, the court, in the middle, Festival Square. We've just shown a kind of idea of a kind of maybe a a band shell, a kind of fountain, monument, whatever that may be there that at the town's design. And then this kind of easy walking, pedestrian biased experience through and around our buildings. And this is a diagram just shows how we intend on executing this phasing. On the top left would be the first phase, which would be the Marriott Resort and Spa Hotel, and then you'd have parking, surface parking, and there'd be underground parking underneath the first phase. In the second phase, you would build the second building of that first phase, so phase 1A, 1B, that would be on the Mosley Street side, and then you would then build a parking structure with retail at grade, and the eventual last building that would be facing Beach Drive. So, as I mentioned, we're really excited about showing the first visualization of the proposal. It really is, I think, represents, I think, a Wasaga Beach custom-tailored, custom-designed expression. So this is the hotel, resort and spa, looking as if you're kind of enjoying the water up to your maybe knees, looking back at the beach, at Beach Drive, and then beyond that, you're seeing this building. We're breaking the building down. Again, this idea of a number of buildings coming together to make one larger building, so that we're not trying to make a big monumental building. We want to try to break it down. And there's this kind of soft cladding. It's kind of looking like it's been aged wood by the winds and the sun. Again, very much reminiscent of a coastal vernacular. And then you're seeing this kind of interesting wonky porch, which kind of embraces the old silhouettes of all the collection of buildings that existed along this strip of the beach that becomes this really large, generous porch. And the top of the building is another porch, which is a restaurant and a convertible indoor-outdoor patio space that will enjoy those sunsets along the lake. So at ground floor, I'll talk about what those uses are, but there'll be a restaurant as well at the top that actually masks the mechanical. That typically these buildings, if you look at these mid-rise buildings, they have these big ugly boxes on top. We want to not have a big ugly box, so we're actually cladding that big ugly box with a restaurant and two suites on the east side on the north. So this is a kind of view looking down. Actually, we've actually embedded the actual design that's being executed right now by the town for Beach Drive. So this is the actual Beach Drive design and how we're integrating with that. So you're seeing steps and ramps that come down from Beach Drive onto the sand, and then we're sitting a slightly raised porch overlooking Beach Drive, and then we have rooms, and then of course the hotel rooms and the hotel restaurant at the top. So this is a view eye level. If you're enjoying Beach Drive going west, there is that big long porch. We have a kind of lobby on the left-hand side with a kind of pub-like space potentially that would enjoy the views over Beach Drive to the beach and the lake beyond. And then you're seeing, again, this is the actual design of Beach Drive in the foreground. The soffit would be wood, so have a nice, beautiful, warm ceiling above you on that porch. And then, as you can see, the kind of aged wood look. It's not wood. It would actually be a much more durable material, but it kind of is inspired by that. This is a view now looking east of that porch, so, rocking chairs, burger joint, the pub on the far end, that look over, steps that climb up to this porch, just creating those little edges of transition between Beach Drive, joyous chaos, and the joyous chaos of a burger joint, and people enjoying the sun in the afternoon, sitting under the porch. And of course, the dusk shot, we think it's going to be an iconic building on the lake that kind of really becomes a catalyst for the rejuvenation of Wasaga Beach. We're so excited about the potential here and so proud to be part of it. Thank you. Love to answer any questions after that, after our presentation.
All right, all done, or is there more?
Apologies, yes, we have a bit more.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So thank you, Ralph, for providing those details. So just to provide a bit more planning context, the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the lands from beach mixed-use hold to beach mixed-use exception zone. There will be a site plan control application submitted in the future. So this slide provides a general overview of how, in our opinion, the development is consistent with the provincial planning statement, which is also further outlined in the planning justification report submitted with the application. The site is located within the settlement boundary, within the built boundary, and in a strategic growth area or the downtown node where development is directed. The development will support the achievement of a complete community and will also be on full municipal services. And the redevelopment of the site will contribute to supporting the town's economy by attracting tourism and introducing commercial uses into a strategic growth area. The lands are designated settlement in the County of Simcoe official plan where development is directed. And as noted by staff, the lands are designated the beach in the current in effect and new adopted official plan. The proposed uses are permitted in the official plan and no official plan amendment is required. The lands are currently zoned beach mixed use hold. And the proposed zoning for the entire area is beach mixed use exception. And the next three slides go over the proposed exceptions for the zoning bylaw amendment. So firstly is building height. The maximum height is proposed to be increased from 6 to 8 stories. The minimum ground floor height, the bylaw requires 4.5 meters, and this is requested to be reduced for 2.75 meters, specifically for the parking garage, as this will only be for vehicles to come in and out. The angular plane is proposed to be increased from 45 to 60 degrees, which coincides with the increased building height. The driveway separation distance on the same lot, there are 2 driveways on Mosley Street directly beside each other for loading and parking, and this will increase efficiencies. A transportation assessment letter was submitted in support of the proposed parking and proposed bicycle parking. The other 3 parking variances related to location, access, and yards is required because the lots have 2 frontages and have no rear yard, so it makes it challenging to comply with those provisions, so it allows parking to be efficiently utilized on the lot. The minimum commercial unit width and maximum will not apply to allow flexibility, as we don't know specifically what tenants will be for the commercial uses, so this allows the most possibilities. There will be no minimum building setback or step back above 3 stories. As described by Ralph and Kate in their urban design brief, there will be 1 vertical frontage, which in our opinion is appropriate. The size of parking spaces, the parking spaces will comply with the minimum length and width, so the area is not needed. For fencing, if any fencing is proposed, it will need to be a minimum of 2.1 meters in height because of grading and the location of the buildings, but any details on fencing would be further discussed through site plan control. Illumination, the bylaw requires a setback of lighting from the lot lines, but to encourage enhancement of the streetscape, and because the buildings are located along the street line, this is proposed to be 0 meters to comply with that. So in conclusion, the requested exceptions will allow for an appropriate intensification of the subject site and at a density that is compatible with the surrounding land uses, both now and in the future. So in our opinion, the proposed application allows for the redevelopment and intensification of a site that is within the settlement boundary of the town of Wasaga Beach, within the built boundary, and in an area identified as a strategic growth area in the official plan. It will result in the redevelopment of a site within an area the town envisions and encourages growth, will assist the town achieving complete community, and support year-round economic growth. The development will be compatible with the surrounding land uses and will utilize existing municipal services efficiently. In our opinion, the proposed application is consistent with the applicable policies of the provincial planning statement, conforms with the County of Simcoe official plan, the current in effect and newly adopted town official plan. And the zoning bylaw amendment application represents good and desirable planning for the town of Wasaga Beach. So thank you very much, and the three of us are here to help answer any questions. We also have, as I mentioned, Brandy Elclamont joined virtually to assist with questions as well.
Great, thank you very much, folks, and I'll now look to see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak, and I'll look to our Deputy Clerk. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone virtually or online who wishes to speak to this proposal, either in favor or in opposition?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. We have Rusty Perez in person.
All right, no one online, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No.
All right, Mr. Barize? Good morning. I take it you're representing Mr. Barize, because you are not Mr. Barize.
I am not Mr. Barize. I'm Trevor Naquani. I have a proxy which I've presented. Mr. Barize is not feeling well, so he's asked me to stand in on his behalf.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just a couple of quick questions. So the first question that Mr. Barize has is, with the change from 6 stories to 8 stories, we just want to know what the benefit is for the taxpayers by that change.
So on behalf of my client, clearly I'm not the client, so I can just talk about the discussions around that. It is a very complicated place to build a hotel. And building on a beach is not like building on typical rock, let's say. So there's a lot of embedded costs that get to build anything, even a 1-story building. And so through working through the kind of, I'm going to say, the mix of opportunity from a kind of operational point of view, being able to kind of put it all together, there was a real need to increase the number of rooms to get to that an efficiency, clearly as well to kind of attract the flag that is Marriott Resort and Spa, required a certain critical number of rooms. And so the feeling was that they just needed to modestly increase the height of the building. Here in this case, it really is, the 8th floor is really kind of half mechanical and half hospitality use, I'm going to say, with 2 suites on top of that. So there was 2 reasons. One was to kind of create a signature silhouette of a building that doesn't just look like an apartment building, let's say, like it really feels like a hotel, a grand hotel. So it was a kind of architectural request on the 8th floor, and then the 7th floor was all about just getting that critical number of rooms in a compact way that is efficient to operate.
Okay, I appreciate that, but it still doesn't answer the question in terms of how that benefits the taxpayer. By increasing the density, obviously we're going to increase the number of rooms in the building, so I'm still not sure how that impacts or improves the taxpayers.
I think we'll look to our staff to possibly answer. I think the answer is pretty simplistic. Mr. Giannone has explained why from the corporate standpoint. Mm-hmm. I think from the municipal standpoint, it really is about attracting the best name and the best possible hotel we can, which I think we've been successful at. But I'm going to look to our CAO, Andrew McNeil, to talk to a bit about the benefit to the taxpayer. I think it's pretty simplistic, but Andrew, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief, as this is a public meeting, and staff will bring a report back shortly. I mean, the immediate impacts, obviously more rooms equals more tax base for the community. And having a flag hotel, a Marriott branded flag hotel, will act as an economic catalyst to our beachfront. I'll leave my comments there.
Next question, sir.
Thank you. So another question, with respect to Phase 1A and the minimum 245 parking spaces, I'm not sure if I agree with that number, but we'll leave it at that. Based on the planning documents, I only see 177 parking spaces, and that it also includes Phase 1B and Building 4. So I'm just not sure where the 245 parking spaces are coming for just Phase 1A.
So I can take that question. What was not shown in some of the presentation is a P1 level. We're providing approximately, I want to say 160 spaces in the P1 level below grade, which again, we're still coordinating in terms of what the final number outcome will be. And then there's a surface parking on future phases 2 and 3, which house about 130 spaces. So the combination of the two exceeds the 245 that we're required to provide.
Based on those numbers, I count about 290, so.
Exactly. Again, we are asking for 245 as supported by our TIS, but we are over-providing on those spaces depending on final coordination of our below-grade services.
Thank you. Next question?
And then final question, what is the delineation work between Phase 1A and Phase 1B? Again, in some of the drawings, it's just not clear, so I just want to know what that delineation mark is between Phase 1A and 1B, please.
My apologies, I kind of went a little quick there. If we can put the presentation back up. And as that's coming up, so what's really important is that Phase 1 gets built and has all the infrastructure components to maintain it during the subsequent phases. So there was a kind of very strategic line that was put in place there, that is proposed actually. So if you see down the middle, there's a kind of Z shape between the Marriott Hotel and the future Phase 3 coming off of Beach Drive. Then it jogs across and then comes straight down towards Moseley, so that we can build that entry off of Moseley to be able to access that drop-off courtyard.
Yeah.
And that's always there. That will have the underground parking underneath that, the first phase of underground parking.
Okay.
Under that, and then as the subsequent phases get built, Phase 2 and then Phase 3, that would be kind of conjoined below grade.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, if we have no one else registered online, is my understanding, I'll then look to any members of the audience who wish to come forth and speak either in favor or opposed to this project. Please do so now. State your name and address for the record. I'll ask us, all right. Good morning, sir. Your name and address, please.
Good morning. Fred Garvan, Wally Drive, Wasaga Beach.
Good morning, Fred.
Good morning. So I've been here 34 years now, and I've seen the up and the down and the roundabout of various proposals for the beachfront. So I'm just going to be really quick with this. Your job as council, as I see it, for the next remaining in your term, is to do not lose your resolve. This is a proposal that deserves to be accepted, explained to the public, obviously, in a lot more detail. There's lots of questions to be coming. Perhaps that'll come out at the next meeting later on in April. And finally, to the architect, wonderful job. Wonderful job. The color, but as far as those photo pictures of the ground floor, the pub, the boardwalk, boys, you do everything in your power to keep that. And to council, don't let the white noise distract you. This is a project that deserves to go forward, and I hope it does. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's any other member of the audience who wishes to come forward and speak in favor or in opposition. Please do so now. Good morning. State your name and address for the record, please.
Frank Stanishi, 248 Sioux Park Road. My question has to do with, as a person who loves walking the beach, I would like to understand any kind of guarantee, the relationship between the hotel and the community in front of the beach. Sometimes, and I'm neither for or against anything to do here, I just want to understand. Sometimes companies tend to offer chairs on the beach, tend to cordon off areas. I assume that isn't going to happen, but it's a question that I really want to ask.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. Maybe Andrew, do you know?
Yeah, thanks very much, Ralph. Thank you for the question, and I'll look to our CAO to answer that. Andrew?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We are working through the details of the land transfer with the province. One of the conditions that has been made very clear throughout the entire process is that the beach shall remain public. We will look at the opportunity to potentially grant permits so that we can conduct special events on the beach, as has occurred for many, many years. The Marriott Hotel has indicated that they would like to have some ability to have chairs on the beach, but the beach would still remain publicly accessible. So we'll work through the details of what that means should this proceed.
Thank you, I appreciate the answer.
Thank you very much, Frank. All right, any other members of the public who wish to come forward and speak either in favor or opposed to this project? I'll ask a second time. Anyone to come forward to speak to this project? And third and final? All right, I'll now look to members of council for clarifying questions, if any. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and I don't want to get caught up in too many details. With regards to parking, I assume that there will be obviously reserved guest parking, but with a ballroom and potentially meeting space, will there be areas that are specifically for visitor parking and parking for the commercial tenants?
Yes, thank you for that question. So, of course, there is a need to have one parking space for every suite. That's the kind of first kind of tranche of parking. And so making sure that we protect for the guests that are coming. We're assuming that most guests are going to arrive by car. If they don't, that's even better. But of course, we have to make sure we have that. And then the excess parking is for support of the banquet facilities, the restaurants, and visitors. But the remainder of that will be, other than the guest rooms, will be kind of run by our client, but will be open to visitor parking as well. And so it is very much, how can I say it, freestanding in terms of the need on site to support the uses of the various component parts of the eventual build out. But of course, a lot of that will be visitor parking that would be to support restaurants and banquet facilities.
Thank you. And also, may I continue? Bicycle parking. I noticed that there's 6 spots, and I think that, or I should ask in a different way, will that be enough for the commercial tenants, for people that want to come and shop without their car? Or maybe that's just food for thought, but that occurred to me that it might be a little short.
Yes, so through the chair, the bicycle parking spaces will be open to the public, so it'll be for any tenants to use them, and they'll be throughout the site.
Okay, thank you. And maybe I missed this, but how many rooms altogether? What have we landed on with that?
We're about roughly 162 rooms in total.
How many?
162.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and I think that's all for me, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, parking question. How do you achieve underground parking without it being submarine parking? Do you build up the grade? Like, how do you make it underground without water on the beachfront?
Yes. It's kind of like submarine parking. It is waterproofing. Yeah, like the water is like literally a few feet below the beach, let's say, right? At that point, we're lifting everything up. Everything's lifted. The beach drive is lifted a little bit, and we're lifting a little bit. If you kind of notice in those renderings, we see a few steps going up just to try to push up the parking as far as we can out of the water, but we will be in water, I'm going to say, and we'll have to have waterproofing solutions for that.
But I'm assuming, I mean, apartment buildings and towers in the city are bathtubbed and have many floors below water all the time. This is nothing new.
No, it's not new. It's not new. It's something that's done, and it's known to be done. If clearly, there are projects get built all the time near water. It's just one of the kind of technical details that you work through.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Councillor White? All right, now Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, I was up quite late reading the Crozer report that was attached. So again, with the parking, they indicated that 316 parking spots were actually needed for P1 level, and So the amendment that you're asking for today, it says you want to go down to 245 parking spots, but you're saying that it's only at the P1 level plan diagram, which is on page 36. Like, I've got it up here. So I was counting that last night, and I counted like 170 spots. So if you're requesting 245 for this P1, where's the rest? Is P2 going to be built at the same time? Because that kind of confused me.
Yeah, so it's a very good question, because it's kind of describing a chess game. So we're building enough parking in P1 to do a number of things. One is that answer I gave earlier, which is making sure I can build the drive up, the drop off court, and then having the parking that has to be built under that built, because of course you can't come back and build under a drop off in front of a hotel. The remaining parking kind of gets allocated phase by phase. So in the first phase, there will be the below grade parking, and then the surface parking lots that will sit behind Festival Square. So there's going to be short-term where the future phases will be built, will be short-term parking, and then in phase phase three, there is going to be a parking structure that will replace some of that surface parking with a above grade and below parking facility. And then, of course, in the last phase, the last phase, there would be another below grade parking lot for the building that faces Beach Drive. So what happens is you build enough underground parking that you need in the first phase, not knowing exactly what's going to happen in the second phase. Then you replace that surface parking lot with a parking structure that then supplies all the parking. And then the last piece of parking would be built, again, below grade under the last phase. So it's kind of this kind of chess move strategy.
If I may? But it says here P1, so will P2 be built at...
There's no P2.
Well, the level 2.
Yeah, there's never a P2, yeah.
Well, okay, hold on. The potential parking, your parking, the actual parking.
I think you're referring to a phase 2.
Phase 2,
As opposed,
sorry.
P2 would mean another below ground level of
right.
parking.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
the P1, the phase 1, which is
Yes.
the hotel, I'm
Yes.
counting 170 spots. So according to the Crozer report, you need 160 spots for the guests. That's the minimum requirement, right? So now we're left with 10 spots. So will the phase 2 be built at the same time so that when visitors come, is there parking for them? Because you're going to have reserved 160 spots underneath the hotel for the guests.
The surface parking that is adjacent to the east of our property, to the east of the Hotel 1, will be built during the phase 1. That then gets replaced with actual building, which is the parking structure, and then the final phase building mixed use. But in that interim condition, before those two buildings come into play, we have surface parking at the same time.
That's what I wanted to know. I have another question, though, as well. I don't know if I'm allowed to bring it up here or not, or wait for the staff report. Could you, on page, where am I here, 15 on your report, could you just show me the boundary line to clarify what divides our joint venture? Because there is a joint venture with the town, correct?
I'm going to look to Andrew for that. Andrew?
Yeah, so I'm aware, and through Mr. Mayor, I don't want to get into a lot of detail today about this. This will actually come forward to a subsequent meeting of council. We are actually not going to be proceeding with a joint venture. We're going to actually just do a straight sale. So that will come back to council in the future, and I'll provide all the details around that.
So if I may, if it's going to be a straight sale, because from what I understand, we sold Sunray 1.5 acres.
Hey, Councillor.
Can I not?
We're now dealing with Sunray's presentation
Okay.
today and asking clarified questions. Good questions, but when that report comes forward to council, pardon me, that'll be the time to ask those questions.
Thank you. I'm good.
So you're done, Councillor? Okay, good, thank you. All right, now look to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you for the presentation. I was going to mention the stories, but right off, what I looked at, so you had the extra story, but I noticed how open that top level is. So you highlight the sky, you mentioned the sky, so it really is quite a see-through area, and I appreciate that. It's not a block. So my question is on the porch, which is lovely right across the building. And I see the steps going up. At either end or somewhere, is there a ramp going up to those if people had a stroller or a wagon or something?
Yes, it's completely, fully accessible. Of course, it
Yeah.
has to be.
Okay.
We have a ramp at the west end and a ramp at the east end.
Perfect.
Actually, the east end wraps around the building.
Oh.
The porch wraps around the building, and basically the connection is a slope, which is a kind of natural ramp, and then you come back onto the porch. So both sides of both ends of the porch are accessible.
Beautiful, thanks. I kind of assumed that, but great to know. I don't think this is what I saw on the screen, the view from the beach up, if you're in the water and looking up. There's a pathway there. You don't have a tunnel under the road or anything, do you, going to the beach?
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
What you're seeing is either a series of steps, and again, it's a rendering of the actual design of the improvements to Beach Drive. There's steps and a ramp. So there's a step in front of our building, let's say, on the beach side.
Yes.
There's steps that take you down from the promenade, I'm going to say, down to the beach, and then on I'm going to say the east side is an accessible ramp.
Perfect.
So there's no tunnel.
Yep, okay.
It's not that,
Thanks.
it's not that much of difference
No,
between
there
the beach
isn't.
and,
It was for little kids. The renderings, the grounds, the surface, and it isn't black asphalt, it looks very attractive. What is it?
I might want to defer to the, thank you very much. The town is installing permeable paving.
I thought I heard the word. I thought you said it there, and I didn't want to repeat
But in a
it.
very decorative way, I'm going to say.
I have pushed for permeable since I came on council, so thank you very much. I was looking at it, I thought, is it or is it? Thank you very much. And my questions, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. My question's around the restaurant on the top floor. The burger place, the pub, the restaurant are going to be some of the best venues to view Georgian Bay in South Georgian Bay. We have not done a good job of that in the entire area. Obviously, that will serve as somewhat of an observation deck at 8 stories. It will have an amazing view. So I'm a little interested in what kind of seating numbers would be in that restaurant. And then, of course, as I saw it, you might have a little bit of troubles seeing to the east, but being 8 stories and thinking that most of the other development might be somewhat lower on either side, you're going to have great visibility to the north and to the west. So it didn't define in your photos what that upper wall would be on the west side. I'm assuming it might be glass. But the number of seats and the visibility of that, because that is going to be one popular spot.
Well, it's not, I'm sure my client's kind of very happy to hear how popular it's going to be. So clearly that's one of the reasons, of course, to put a restaurant. And one of the other reasons to put a restaurant, it's the signature restaurant, I'm going to say. So clearly, if you're, glass of wine or a really cold beer, you're going to be able to go and enjoy that vista at the top of the building. But the other reason is we want to keep the ground plane more egalitarian, I'm going to say. So, if all of a sudden it became the hotel restaurant, all of a sudden the hotel guests are going to monopolize the ground floor restaurant. So we want to make sure that the ground floor is like a burger joint is open to the public as much as possible to engage with the beach experience. So putting the kind of signature restaurant on the roof is both strategic in that reason as well. It's early days, I'm going to say, about seat count. Clearly, my client would be as interested as many seats as possible. We're wrestling our mechanical engineer to make sure that we keep the mechanical as efficient and tight as possible to maximize seating area. We are kind of creating an indoor room and then what I call a convertible patio on that northwest corner so that it can be open and closed. Again, it's great when it's a beautiful sunny day with very little winds, but sometimes you want a little bit of screening when the winds pick up a little bit or it starts getting a little chilly. So the idea of a convertible patio on that northeast corner, so even in inclement weather, beautiful storms coming off the bay, you can kind of enjoy them from the roof.
Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Beautiful presentation. I think this is going to become an iconic building in South Georgian Bay and will be viewable for all of our friends in Collingwood all the way over to Meaford, no doubt. My question was similar to Councillor Tim's around the 6 bicycles. Is it actual 6 bicycles or is it 6 bicycle stations that can accommodate multiple bicycles is my first question, please.
Yes, through the chair, 6 bicycle spaces.
For follow-up, I would, maybe be open to considering more. I think, like, if you look at Hilton Head, for example, they built their entire client experience around bicycles. And our community, their assets, whether it's Blueberry Trails or Shore Lane is a great place to just meander. And when you come to, like, when we go to a conference and you're in Toronto, I park my car and I don't want to pull out my car again. I don't want to deal with it. I just forget it. And so I think a rideshare rental bike kind of program would be very palatable to our clientele. And it also helps to just promote greener ways to travel throughout our community and reduce vehicle congestion, just for consideration.
I kind of scratched my head at number 6 as well. So I think that's something that we're going to definitely go back and consider, and maybe it was a bit of an oversight on our part, but I completely understand your comments and appreciate that input.
Thank you, Richard. Just one final remark. I don't have any issue with the height increase because I think you've been incredibly generous in your design, not only in the roofscape, but also to the ground floor commercial, having, elevated ceiling lines and not feeling tight and closed in. And then also to that beautiful design of the open deck system on the second floor. Like, that's going to be an incredible event space and just a real asset to your visitors that are staying there for just getting those bird's eye views of, and especially for those that are on the opposite side and don't necessarily get the waterfront views, that'll be a nice public space for your guests. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see hands going up again by members of council. So before I come back to members of council, I'm going to look to General Manager Lalonde, but I'm going to remind Councillor, these are clarifying questions today in this public meeting. Don't really care what we all think, how much we like it or we don't like it. That's not the purpose today. These are clarifying questions with respect to what you've seen and questions you have. So yes, more bicycle stations. Are there going to be more bicycle stations, parking? Good questions. But whether we love it or hate it, that's not why we're here. General Manager Lalonde.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as for Beach Drive and the streetscaping design for Beach Drive, there are quite a number of bike racks along that corridor as well, not specific to this site plan, but there are supplementary bike racks through that corridor at strategic locations. Just want to provide that clarity.
Thanks very much, Kevin. That's it's important for everybody to know. All right, I'm going to now go back to Councillor Ego, who had her hand up again, and then Councillor Timms.
You saw it. You saw it. Thank you. Just one quick question. In the original design, there was a wedding venue on the top. Are there any considerations for a venue for weddings?
Are you talking ceremony or reception?
I'm speaking ceremony.
We have banquet facilities and meeting rooms that support, I'm going to say, weddings. I'm going to say there's no chapel per se, but clearly one of those meeting rooms or the banquet, one of the banquet rooms could actually act as both a kind of ceremony and reception.
Andrew, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Ego. That is one of the items that Sunray has requested that perhaps the municipality could work with them on. I believe they've indicated to us that they are interested in doing destination weddings. Beach weddings, getting married right on the beach, is something that the municipality could issue a permit for Marriott to do.
All right, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I missed one of my minor design questions for clarification. In the design proposal, I saw people above the porch on a terrace, and my question is this access for guests in that room, or is that public space?
Yeah, that was our render probably getting a little overzealous with the number of people in the room. Those are actual rooms, and those rooms, again, offering the people that are lower down a real amenity. Those are actually going to be outdoor terraces for those specific rooms. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments or questions, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You're going to have an indoor pool, correct? Will it be available to the residents? Like if they buy a day pass, will residents be allowed to use it, or is it only for guests? I've been getting a lot of people asking me that.
That's a very good question. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer, but we can through our client and through the town, we can kind of get an answer for that.
Yeah, we'll absolutely speak to Sunray on that.
There is a spa. The spa is going to be open to anyone, yeah. And the spa, I believe, is intended to have a small pool on its own.
All right, any other clarifying questions from members of council? All right, any further comments from our staff? All right, seeing none, we'll now ask that if there's no other further clarifying questions from members of council and nothing else from our staff, we'd like to thank you for being here today with a great presentation. We're looking forward to moving forward, and we'll now consider this public meeting closed. All right, moving on now to item number 5.2, which is another public meeting under the Planning Act, OP 00126 and Z00226, Beachwood Road, Maryland Avenue, north of Lake Shore Road. And this public meeting regarding the proposed application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the lands legally described as Plan 930, part lots 119 to 121, RP 51R 41800, and parts 1, 2, and 3, Plan 930, lots 122, 123, and 124. The application being considered are the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments, file number OP 00126 and Z00226. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For council, this public meeting is to not engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session, quote unquote. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and ask any clarifying questions. No decisions will be made at this public meeting, and please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. And to make a written request for a notice of this meeting, please fill out the planning public meeting sign-in sheet, which is located at the back of the room, and you can present that to our deputy clerk here to my right at her desk, and she'll make sure that you're on the list to receive any of that information. We'll now start with presentations by our planning staff, and they'll be here to obviously make a presentation with respect to these zoning bylaw amendment applications, and then we'll look to the representatives from the corporation that is asking for these changes. Good morning, staff.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, and members of the public. I'm Samantha Linsky, Community Planner for the Town of Wasaga Beach, assigned to this file, and I will be introducing the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the subject lands, which are located near the corner of Beachwood Road and Maryland Avenue North. These applications have been submitted by J. Donato Construction Limited. The applicant has their planning consultant attending virtually today, as well as the project engineer. The outline for this morning's public meeting will follow the town's standard format. Planning staff will describe the purpose of the public meeting, the planning application process, present the subject lands, and provide an overview of the applicant's proposed development. A public meeting is required under the Planning Act for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Planning staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the public, and the purpose of this public meeting is to provide the public, stakeholders, agencies, and boards an opportunity to share written comments and oral submissions with council. This slide indicates where we are in the planning process. Planning staff have received the applications and deemed them complete, circulated the notice of complete applications in public meeting, and now we are here today at the required statutory public meeting. The purpose of the public meeting today is to gather information and for members of the public to provide comments on the proposed development. Following the public meeting, internal departments and external agencies will continue to review the applications submitted, and at a later date, a staff recommendation report will be provided to council. From there, council will render a decision on the applications. Staff will then issue a notice of decision, and the appeal period will commence. So on the slide here is the subject lands. The lot area is approximately 0.67 hectares in area and has frontage along Maryland Avenue North, Beachwood Road, and a small portion of Lakeshore Road. Surrounding land uses include residential lands in the Wasaga Bay to the north, service commercial, residential, and future development lands to the south, residential and future development lands to the east, and service commercial, residential, and environmental protection lands to the west. On the slide here is the applicant's concept plan. This slide indicates what the applicant has applied for and the development concept being proposed. The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications have been submitted to facilitate a residential development consisting of 4 townhouse buildings with a total of 28 units and a private road. The existing official plan designation for this property is residential. Within the residential designation, permitted uses include townhouse dwelling units, and official plan designations surrounding the subject lands include residential and service commercial. The applicant's proposed official plan amendment would redesignate the subject lands from residential to the high-density residential exception designation. Further, the proposed official plan amendment would establish a new maximum density of 43 units per net residential hectare within the high-density residential designation. The town's new official plan was adopted by council in November of 2025 and is currently with the County of Simcoe for review and approval. Within the new official plan, the subject lands are located within the West Wasaga Secondary Plan area and are proposed to be designated business and commerce. Permitted uses within this area are intended to focus on commercial and light industrial operations and accessory uses and do not include residential uses. The subject lands are currently zoned residential type 1 within the town's zoning bylaw. Permitted uses within the residential type 1 zone are limited to single detached dwelling units, accessory uses directly related to a single detached dwelling unit, home occupations, public uses, and bed and breakfasts. Surrounding zones include a number of residential and open space zones, as well as land zone development, service, commercial, and environmental protection. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the subject lands from the residential type 1 zone to the residential type 3 exception zone. The proposed residential type 3 exception zone includes site-specific provisions related to reduced lot dimensions, setbacks, and dwelling unit widths, increased lot coverage, and technical provisions regarding the private street and that no play area shall be required. To conclude, this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet completed. Following the public meeting, staff will forward received comments to council, and staff will provide a recommendation report to council at a later date. Thank you. For additional information, residents may contact the planning department at the email there on the screen, and the applicant's supporting documentation can also be found at that link. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clean and concise, the way we like it. We'll now look online to Amy Powell from Powell Planning and Associates on behalf of the applicant, and she'll make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. We also have the following consultant online to provide details if required, and the applicant's project engineer from Capes Engineering is with us online as well. Good morning, Amy. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Just testing to see if my audio is okay.
Sound loud and clear, and you look great.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public in attendance. My name is Amy Powell. I'm a registered professional planner and the Chief Planning Officer for Powell Planning and Associates. We are the consulting firm hired by J. Donato Construction Limited, the landowners of the lands located at 56 Lakeshore Road, 8964 Beachwood Road, and 11 Maryland Avenue North, to support applications for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate the development of 28 street townhomes to be developed by JDC Homes. I'm here today joined by Kevin Griffin, partner and senior engineering technologist with Capes Engineering, to provide context on the development's engineering function and impacts. Next slide, please. For this morning's presentation, I will be introducing the file, building on what staff have advised through their presentation, speaking to the file's journey through the pre-consultation application process, describing the concept of the development that is before Council this morning for your consideration, describing the applicable legislative and policy framework, and reviewing what was undertaken to support our professional planning opinion, and will then conclude with final comments alongside being happy to answer any questions on the proposal at the conclusion of the presentation. Next slide, please. The purpose of today's presentation is to present a proposal with sound planning merit in accordance with the current day and in effect official plan that governs the town's land use planning from a policy perspective. It is understood that Council has adopted a new official plan that is before Simcoe County for review, revision, and finalization for approval. I note that this application was submitted and deemed complete under the current in force and effect 2004 official plan, which designates the subject lands as residential over that of the proposed official plan, which amends the subject lands to allow for commercial uses. This matter will be discussed later in the presentation, as this is a less typical scenario before Council in considering the request of these applications. Our presentation aims to seek planning approval to permit the development of 28 street townhouse dwelling units that will be serviced by a private road on the subject lands, to establish the conclusions of the pre-consultation application process, as well as to review the applicable legislation and policies that support the proposal and address questions on its offering. Next slide, please. A pre-consultation application was submitted in July 2025, where staff were responsive and informative throughout the entire process, including at the pre-consultation meeting that took place in August of 2025, as well as through the file submission. The pre-consultation application process concluded with direction from staff on next steps to help inform the submission of formal Planning Act applications, including an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, plan of condominium, and site plan control. For the purposes of this public meeting, the applications for consideration are just the official plan amendment as well as the zoning bylaw amendment. Through the pre-consultation process, a number of technical studies and supporting materials were also required to support a complete application for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, including the legal and or topographic survey, the parcel register / the PIN abstract, the corporate profile or articles of incorporation of the landowners, the archaeological assessment, which was submitted as a non-specific response under the criteria for evaluating archaeological potential, an environmental impact study, a planning justification report, a conceptual site plan, building elevations, conceptual building digital renderings, an urban design brief, the zoning bylaw amendment text, as well as the official plan amendment text, and a pre-consultation comment matrix. All of these materials have been provided to the town to support its circulation of the applications. That followed after the application status being deemed complete on March 3rd, 2026. It is understood that further studies would be required to support the detailed design stage should the applications for the proposal be approved by Town Council. Next slide, please. I appreciate staff's introduction of the development concept and the surrounding area. And here we have the display of the concept on the slide as I go through some intricacies of the design. The lands are currently vacant, which offers an opportunity to activate the street in a horizon that doesn't exist today through the proposed development. The design is thoughtful in terms of its function to accommodate necessary housing units in a desired built form of street townhouses, with the site being serviced by an internal one-way private road that exits onto Lakeshore Road while providing access to private driveways where one parking space will be provided on the inside through a garage and one parking space will be provided outside in a driveway per unit, in addition to 4 outdoor visitor parking spaces to service the site. This one-way configuration promotes predictable and safe movement for pedestrians, vehicles, motorized and non-motorized alike. It also affords efficient site circulation through single ingress and egress, while accommodating a fire route with full emergency access, consistent with the town engineering standards. There are 4 street townhouse blocks being proposed, ranging from 6 units to 4 units amongst the blocks. And the development offers appropriate transitions to surrounding residential uses via rear and side yard setbacks. Again, applications for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are being sought to facilitate the proposed development. The official plan amendment is required as the proposal has a density of 43 units per net residential hectare, where the applicable residential designation shall generally not exceed 37 units per net residential hectare. Therefore, redesignation to high-density residential is being requested. However, we're respecting the housing typology of street townhouses that are more commonly found in the medium-density designation. A zoning bylaw amendment is also required to rezone the lands to type 3 exception, residential type 3 exception, to seek relief from lot standards to allow for the proposed development to front onto a private road and to request no play area be required. Next slide, please. This slide presents concepts and elevations as to what is being proposed in terms of the built form and design features of the housing units. We offer elevations to present the massing, design, and aesthetic details of the proposed street townhouse blocks that are proposed to be finished with contemporary cottage and modern craftsman influences, including stone skirts at the ground base, vertical board and batten siding to achieve traditional yet modern visual aesthetics. The aim is to provide a mix of hip, cottage, and gable roof lines, adding variety and visual interest, with the use of distinct color palettes for each townhouse block to enhance the village-like culture and character, while fostering cohesion in the built form. Pedestrian circulation will be maintained through a continuous sidewalk along the internal laneway, providing direct and safe access to the units. The proposed 2-story townhouse blocks provide a compatible scale of transition to adjacent low-density residential uses with the incorporation of setbacks, varied roof lines, and facades to reduce the perceived bulk of townhouse blocks, while enhancing visual interest, all achieved within the permitted 12-meter height requirement under the R3 zone. Clear sight lines allow the internal lane, active frontages with windows overlooking shared spaces, private lane lighting, and well-defined unit entrances are all key design principles that foster crime prevention through environmental design, while enhancing the public realm and aligning with the town's urban design guidelines. Next slide, please. In order to well inform our recommendation for the proposed lands, a legislative and policy review was undertaken of the Planning Act, the Provincial Planning Statement, Simcoe County's official plan, the Town of Wasaga Beach's in effect official plan, and the Town of Wasaga Beach's zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. Beginning with the Planning Act, Section 2 of the Planning Act identifies provincial interests which strongly align with the subject application, namely the fact that the development protects ecological systems, causing no negative impact, as confirmed through the submitted environmental impact study. The development offers adequate and efficient use of available municipal services while being supported by multimodal transportation options, including public transit. It also supports the adequate provision of compatible housing options, offers orderly, safe, and healthy development without causing flood hazards. It's located where growth and development are meant to occur in a service settlement area. In my professional planning opinion, the proposal overall represents contextually appropriate good planning in accordance with the Planning Act. Next slide, please. In regards to the provincial planning statement, which identifies housing as a priority land use province-wide, the province is directing for a mix of housing to be focused in the creation of complete communities with varied densities that efficiently support infrastructure and the use of active transportation, and that settlement areas shall be the focus of growth and development. The subject application well aligns with this provincial direction. It prioritizes housing as the preferred and most necessary land use on sites such as this one, and it's located in that settlement area. Therefore, in my professional planning opinion, the subject proposal well aligns with the province's direction for prioritizing and delivering housing as a necessary land use in accordance with the 2024 PPS and represents good planning. Next slide, please. Simcoe County's official plan identifies that residential growth is to be allocated to settlement areas where there are full municipal water and wastewater services, that residential development is to be created in an efficient, compact, and urban form that minimizes land consumption and servicing costs, while providing a range of housing types and densities, including townhomes. This is all in efforts to meet the diverse housing needs, and that communities should be designed to be healthy and safe for all modes of movement, including pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Therefore, in my professional planning opinion, the subject application is contextually appropriate and represents good planning in accordance with Simcoe County's official plan. Next slide, please. The Town of Wasaga Beach's current, in effect, official plan designates the subject lands as residential, and an application for an official plan amendment is before Council for consideration to redesignate the lands to high-density residential to allow for the increase in density of 43 units per net residential hectare. The application offers a contextually compatible residential built form to that of the surrounding lands. It offers a harmonious built form in a high-quality manner that aims to enhance the public realm through a medium-density housing typology that requires a high-density classification due to its density. The objective of any development, and especially residential development, is to ensure efficiency of land use and utilization of infrastructure while providing adequate lot sizes, functionality, and configuration. The subject application well aligns with the current land designation for residential uses, is well supported by public transit, and reinforces the pedestrian-oriented environment alongside well achieving the residential policies in the current and in effect official plan. It is understood that planning staff have identified that the 2025 Council adopted official plan designates the lands for commercial uses in that official plan, which is with the county for comment and pending approval. As a professional planner with a background in municipal planning, I believe that decisions are best made at the local level under the principle of subsidiarity. With this, I believe it's important to establish that the applications were evaluated and submitted under the current day force and effect official plan, which designates the lands as residential, a land use that the province has made clear is a priority land use through ongoing legislative changes that impact the way that we practice as planners. The Ontario Land Tribunal follows the clergy principle established in 1996 under the Ontario Municipal Board, which is intended to protect applicants from a changing policy framework during the time in which the application is being considered by a municipality. Essentially, the clergy principle was tested in instances such as this, and as recent as March 2026, where development applications should be evaluated against the rules and policies in place at the time the application was deemed complete. The town's 2004 official plan was on March 3rd, 2026, when the applications were deemed complete, in effect, and is still the governing official plan in effect currently with the town. Therefore, the province identifies that the policies in that 2004 official plan are what govern the site today, not the proposed commercial future use. In my professional planning opinion, the subject proposal aligns with the current and historical governing residential designation that applies to the subject lands, as does the current residential zoning. The application represents an optimal and efficient use of the subject site and represents good planning in accordance with the town's, in effect, 2004 official plan. Next slide, please. The subject lands are zoned residential type 1, R1, under the town zoning bylaw 2003-60. The subject zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the lands as residential type 3 exception to permit the development of the 28th Street townhouses with site-specific relief required. The minimum lot area, minimum lot frontage, minimum interior side yard, maximum lot coverage, and minimum width per unit require minor and contextual relief to facilitate the proposed development. Specifically, the zoning bylaw amendment seeks a reduction from 210 square meters to approximately 169 square meters, which is required for the minimum lot area. A reduction from 7 meters to approximately 6.4 meters is required for the minimum lot frontage. A reduction from 3 meters to approximately 1.5 meters is required for the exposed end wall. A reduction from 6 meters to approximately 5.39 meters is required for the end wall abutting an R1 or R2 zone. An increase from 45% to approximately 48% is required for the maximum lot coverage, and a decrease from 7 meters to approximately 6.4 meters is required for the minimum width per unit. Relief from section 3.18 to permit the proposed development to front onto a private road is also required. And lastly, relief from section 6.3.13 is required to request that no play area shall be required. All other standards and provisions of the zoning bylaw are being met through the proposed development. Therefore, in my professional planning opinion, the proposal offers strong alignment with the town zoning bylaw, where the lands are zoned residential to permit residential uses and represents good planning. It's my understanding that comments have been provided in an ongoing manner to staff, and to date, there's been generally no objection from the circulation process resulting from the application. This morning, I was in receipt of information with regards to a petition that was submitted by residents, noting concerns for flooding, high-density uses that would impact the community's character, as well as increased traffic. My presentation has already addressed a number of these issues. However, I'd just like to reiterate that the site's engineering actually is going to be better from the development as proposed with regards to flooding. Not just the site, but also the context and surrounding sites. The traffic brief proves that there will be no net negative impact to the surrounding road networks, as will be explained by Kevin in the next slide. And that although a high density designation is being sought, the use that's being proposed is highly compatible with the existing residential uses in the neighborhood. We have to achieve the necessary designation for density, but we're offering a built form that is compatible with lower density uses, which is the townhouse built form. We're not proposing multi-story buildings on the site, which may be out of character. We're proposing the medium density housing typology of townhomes, which is a typical and expected transition from single detached homes when aiming to achieve gentle intensification, as directed by the province, regional, and local policies. Development Ontario is housing focused. The province has made that very clear. And where there are opportunities to add development that is desired, many mandates are achieved, as is the case with the subject proposal. Next slide, please. A number of supporting studies have been submitted to justify the subject application, so I'll now turn it over to Kevin to discuss their findings and conclusions.
Thank you, Amy, and good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council and town staff and members of the public. We appreciate the opportunity to present this today, most of which I'm going to touch on. Amy has already done an excellent job of going through the broad strokes. To date, as she mentioned, there have been several background studies in support of the development. The archaeological assessment effectively concluded that the site has been disturbed historically, and there's unlikely to be any archaeological potential there. The environmental impact study that was completed recommended mitigation measures during construction, such as appropriate erosion and sediment control measures, but otherwise there were no expectations of any species at risk or anything of that nature, although that still remains the responsibility of the proponent to monitor on an ongoing basis. The urban design brief that was completed effectively spoke to enhancing the neighborhood and the active transportation available, the walkability associated, and the traffic brief, which I know is probably of concern to some, indicated effectively that there were no upgrades or recommendations associated with this development that would be required. That includes signalized intersections, articles of that nature, left turn lanes, etc. None of those formed any part of the recommendations of that report. Generally speaking, beyond that, the the site is partly regulated by the Wasaga Valley Conservation Authority. It was indicated that the property may have been subject to floodplain natural hazard, which has since been reviewed, and per an existing report done in support of a neighboring development, it's been determined that the site is actually clear and outside of that natural hazard, and to date that has been accepted by the town as that position. On-site engineering looks generally as though sanitary servicing from Maryland Avenue for all units, water servicing from Maryland Avenue, as well as a looped connection to Beachwood for water servicing for all units. All of this work as per town engineering standards, MECP guidelines, Clean Drinking Water Act. On-site stormwater management is anticipated to be established with permeable pavers for quality and quantity control. Generally speaking, the site is anticipated to be an infill condition, and we're anticipating having adequate separation between the finished grade and any limiting factors like groundwater conditions to support full infiltration without any underdrain or anything, which gives us our quota of quality and quantity control as required. A report to that effect would be submitted in support of subsequent site plan control. Otherwise, we are aware that some residents have highlighted local drainage issues, which we anticipate being associated with runoff from Beachwood Road being generally uncontained through this site, shallow ditches on Maryland Avenue, relatively flat grading in the more historic residential portions of the neighboring property lands. Our perspective on site is effectively we'll be looking to improve any local drainage issues that we can within the confines of our site, and providing adequate outlets. And this probably looks like low impact development types of installations, such as soakaway pits, infiltration trenches where available, or overland conveyance in terms of swales to existing drainage infrastructure. So all of those things are pending, and some of our stormwater assumptions are based on ongoing geotechnical studies and groundwater monitoring as well. As Amy touched on, the entrance is from Maryland and Beachwood. So generally, Amy touched on this being proposed as a one-way street. It's my understanding that the proponent wishes to consolidate entrance off of Maryland and exit to Lakeshore. Lakeshore being almost immediately at the intersection with Beachwood, and effectively from an operations perspective stemming from MTO, they preferred this being an access controlled entrance. So the proponent was mostly looking at that connection being exit only. Otherwise, generally on site, we do have obviously the intensification. We have limited snow storage, which the proponent is prepared to look after private maintenance and disposal of snow. We may end up developing some on-site snow storage areas, which would assist with this. The waste pickup on site is to be determined at this time. Generally, as most of you are likely aware, Simcoe County may or may not service private development depending on their service agreements. So this may be a private waste collection situation as well. And I did want to clarify as well that the proposed visitor parking on site is consolidated within the common element, or as intended. There is likely a question of accessible parking availability. This will form part of ongoing discussions. Some forms of residential development are exempt from the need for accessible parking, medium density, oftentimes townhouses, but depending on how this zoning designation looks, it may be a requirement that an accessible parking space or a number of may be required. Those are kind of I guess the ongoing discussions of the conceptual plan that's been rendered. Things that have been asked of the proponent moving forward in support of detailed design, should this be approved, the geotechnical and hydrogeological study, which is critical for our stormwater management design. Our stormwater management report itself. They've also been asked for a tree inventory and tree preservation plan as appropriate. An acoustic report, probably to do with the interface with Beachwood Rd, and landscape design plans, lighting, composite utilities. And there's also been a question of a vibration monitoring program that would form part of the discussions around construction. So those are generally the broad strokes from the engineering perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Amy. If there's nothing further, Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public registered online to speak to this today?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do not have anyone virtually, but we do have 5 in person.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Madam Clerk?
Prior to public comment, I just wanted to note to Council that there was a submission of a petition as outlined by the applicant's agent, and that petition was pertaining to the rejection of rezoning of lots 119 to 124 at Beachwood and Maryland, which is town file OP 00126 and Z0026. The petition was received to the Clerk's Department and is presented at this time to Council, who I'm aware you've all received that, and to be formally received. So of the 162 signatures that were presented to us at the time it was received, about 70 of those are local to this neighborhood. So the petition is now before Council at this time.
Right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we need a formal motion then to receive that for information?
Yes, Your Worship.
All right, and do you have that prepared?
I do, Your Worship. I have that Council receive the petition pertaining to Town File OP 00126 and Z0026, and further that the petition be forwarded to the Planning Department for inclusion in the related file.
All right, so let's deal with that first, since we have it, it's on the floor. You've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councilor DeLeo, seconded by Councilor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. So we've received that petition, and yes, I believe all members of council were forwarded that and have seen it prior to this physically. All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we have 5 members registered. Let's go through them first, and then we'll look to the general public. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, if you would just announce them each as we go, I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. First one we have is Francis Peters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Francis, good morning. Come on forward. That podium there. Pull the microphone down like I have to do no matter where I go. Silver button, you've got it. Floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Francis Peters. I live on Betty Boulevard, just down from the development. I think that 28 units in that area is extremely high. I don't find that acceptable for our neighborhood, which is 100% low-density housing. I also think that they're talking about not having effects of traffic. We already have some traffic issues right now getting onto Beachwood, so I don't know how they're going to not affect traffic, even adding a few of the homes in there. I also am not sure how they're going to blend that lakeshore into the new road, as I personally think that lakeshore should have been shut off. It's an area that creates problems when people try and come out and make lefts out of there, or when they come off Beachwood and try and turn into there. Some of them, with a guy that used to live right there, had a stone and he actually had it removed because so many people drove into it. It's way will be way overcrowded for the area. I'm also not sure if they're planning to build right next to the ditch. It looks like there's a ditch there, and they're going to be building almost right next to it. So we have water issues. They're saying they don't see anything. My sump pump right now goes off about every minute. So I don't know where they're getting that there's no water issues. And 4 parking spots, okay, they fill up, where are they going to park after that? We don't want them on Maryland, and we certainly don't need them anywhere else. So that's my issues right now. Okay?
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, next speaker.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Bruce McDonald.
All right, Bruce McDonald. No Bruce McDonald. Are you Bruce McDonald, sir? Okay, and did you wish to speak? No, my wife said all. Smart man. All right. Thank you very much. Next, next, we'll go to the next individual. Go ahead, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, anyone that's not on the list will be asked to speak at the end. So next one we have is Lauren Holbrook.
Lauren Holbrook. There she is. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. I live at 17 Maryland Avenue North, and we started the petition that they applied today, or they handed in today. She covered most of our issues, and it's all in the petition, but I think for me, the main concern is I walk my kids to and from the bus stop at Maryland and Beachwood every day. And it's already a really dangerous corner there. There's no safe space to wait. We have no sidewalks in our neighborhood. We're kind of just waiting on the road or like around the property where it is now. I'm just wondering, I mean, they said they did road safety tests, or they studied how that would work, but I think that is really important to take into consideration. Just that corner not having a sidewalk or an area for the kids to wait. I think that's pretty much it. I think everything else was covered.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, next speaker, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Rudy Zugek. Did I said that?
Rudy, is Rudy with us?
He's here.
He's here?
Can I come up with him?
Absolutely.
I'll talk first.
All right, good morning. The floor is yours. Your full name and address, please.
Yeah, thank you. My concern is the...
Sorry, your name and address?
Oh, yeah, Rudy Zujak, 107 Betty Boulevard.
Right, go ahead.
And
I'm Lorraine Kazoo, 107 Betty Boulevard.
We've been there 46 years, okay? My concern is the stormwater retention, okay? I see no trees, any planting at the front or at the back, something that sort of fits into our location. The other question I have also is what's happening on Beachwood and Maryland Avenue. There is a pitch, okay, and location of the driveway to the site I think is kind of close to the highway. Should be looked at. I know we have a high water table and it does drain onto our property, which is a double lot, and it's wet most of the summer. Okay, so we have this underground drainage that's high water table. The other thing is that would be any kind of road widening, is because it's quite narrow. Okay, and in the wintertime, you know, we have these huge snow banks and it takes up most of the road, so I have concern with that. And we have majors, what do you say called, the snow banks, like this winter. So where does the snow go on a private property?
We have on our property, we're the first house off of Maryland, first house on Betty. We have the snow plows coming from Beachwood Road, making a turn onto Maryland, turning into our street, and sometimes the plow just dumps his snow plow, because he's got so much snow, into my driveway. This winter, our snow bank was this high. Now, I don't think that this storage, snow storage, is going to be sufficient for what you planned. Neither the parking will not be sufficient. When my neighbor has a party, they take up, Betty, they take up several houses of street parking.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
What can I also say about the drainage? Today, I have flooding on my property. Today, looking over my fence, I see water, surface water on the proposed site. Don't tell me there's no water problem. We can dig down 4 feet, and that's where our water table is. The neighborhood doesn't have basements. I see proposed basements. So where is all that storm, the sump pumps? Where is all that water going? I expect them to keep it on the site.
Wow.
The other thing, Mr. the developer has used this property as kind of a dumping ground. He's bringing in gravel, he's bringing in soils. He's bringing in his machineries, which look like they're in my backyard since the property is much higher than mine. I want assurances that his property, because it's draining onto mine now, he doesn't build it up further when he excavates for those basements.
One of the things, is it has to be self-contained. So we don't want any drain off, and the problem is, it slopes from the highway down towards the lake. So what is the detail of the trenching? Is it going to be a trench? If you only have 10 feet backyard, is there going to be a ditch? What is the detail?
We do have a swale along the backside of our fence on the proposed property, but it's not draining because it's coming over land to our property, draining and flooding our back.
Okay, next question is that, will there be gas service? If not, what kind of system will go in? Are we going to have propane tanks?
Propane tanks and
Oil tanks?
Also, could we have some acoustic report? We're going to have all those air conditioning units or heat pumps facing us because they're certainly not going to put them on the front of their houses. It's going to be a lot. I figure that looking at the plan, we're going to be facing at least 5 to 6 units facing our property. They're raised up higher than us. We'll have all those windows looking down on us, taking away our privacy. The height of the buildings and the height of the land is just going to create shade for us.
I guess that's it. I'll wait for the final report. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. And you can see staff are writing fiercely here, taking your questions down so we can get back to you.
Rudy wants to see trees, and there is noise from the highway. When we had the land before it was demolished, there were trees. The trees help buffer the sound of the cars, the lights of the cars. We get the lights of the traffic on Beachwood lighting up our ceilings at night.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. That is it for registered names.
All right, if that is all the folks who have registered, I'll now ask to members of the public who are here today who would like to come forward and speak either in favor or in opposition of this party. Please come forward. Sir, the yellow shirt. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning or afternoon, is it? Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity for speaking here. I'm here to learn something.
Sorry, name and address,
yes,
sir?
sure. My name is Al Vandenand, and the address is 16 Maryland Avenue North, which is across the street from this new development. In order to understand my question, which is actually to this chamber or to the town of Wasaga Beach only, I have to give you a small intro. So my wife and I decided about 5 years ago to buy a building lot and build, meanwhile, a 1,200 square foot bungalow. That's meanwhile 16 Maryland Avenue. We consider ourselves kind of in between. Our home base is still in the town Jordan, Township Lincoln, close to St. Catharines. And we are kind of in between. Are we spending the rest of our life here in the beautiful town of Wasaga Beach or not? So 5 years ago, now first I have to finish the story in Jordan. In Jordan, we just went through a whole process of similar, that builders came up with fantastic ideas on their behalf. And to make a long story short, it went through the province, and it was finally agreed with the neighborhood that adjustments were made mainly to size, number of units and size of buildings, and that was decided at the province level after about 2 years with several lawyers arguing back and forth. At the very beginning, there were two things. Number one, the neighborhood was never opposed to more housing. Number two, which was really remarkable looking back now, what happened then, is that when the plans were made public, that was already decided by the town of Lincoln that rezoning was not supposed to take place because of the character of Lincoln, which is part of the Escarpment Commission, was highly regarded to maintain the whole neighborhood, which was R1. So back to 5 years ago, when my wife and I made a decision, I did, of course, the normal research as a buyer, where we are with the real estate. And back then, the realtor said, well, this town is going to expand big time, but most expansion, and he showed me the zoning map of what we're talking about, and he said the most expansions will be probably south of Beachwood. Never paid too much attention because, quite frankly, it was sales talk. But we saw a map where the whole area was R1 rated with some commercial ratings on the side of the road of Beachview. With that in mind, we made a decision and we made the investment, and I can tell you that by the time the dust was settled, we spent close to $1 million to what is now 16 Maryland. So now with this development, you got to rethink again. And here comes to my question. So my question is, when and where does rezoning stop in a neighborhood? So you understand that people like me are making investments based on information provided. But then back what I saw in Jordan, where it was never discussed with the public before the public got informed, it was already rejected by the town, that rezoning was not on the table because of we have to maintain the R1 and neighborhood character. Back to the character. So here we are today. People like me and other people who live already much longer here have to rethink now. And the question is, what's next? So the point is that right now, you, the town of Wasaga Beach, have to make a decision whether you allow a neighborhood to change dramatically. So this is not a small step of size of a building or a lot or any other discussion. This step is an important step for you, for Wasaga West, to set the future of the whole neighborhood. Because, let's look at that. Look at the map again. Just west of this lot is a commercial lot, right? Same size about, maybe a little smaller. And then, what's next? Can the commercial lot be rezoned to a high density? Can we get more blocks like that? At the end of Maryland, at the lakeshore, there is 2 lots owned by a builder, different style builder. But these people start thinking, if the town allows rezoning this way, we got to rethink our plan because there's money to be made. Are we getting bigger buildings at the lakeshore there? So where's the line? Is the line right here that the town says, hold on, we have to protect the character of the neighborhood. We stick to the R1 classification to meet the neighborhood and future of the town. So that's my question. Where do you draw the line? Where? Is it here, now? Is it in the future, unknown? Where? That's my question.
Thank you very much, and a great question. I'm going to look to our Director of Planning, Trevor Houghton, to speak to that. Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't wax on poetic about where the philosophy is of where the line ought to be drawn. I can answer the question pragmatically. Any person may apply for an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment on their property at any time they wish. Those processes are what we're currently engaged in, which is why we're having the public meeting. So there is no such thing as a frozen neighborhood. People can come in and apply for minor variances or consents or rezonings at any time they wish, and then they go through the planning process, which is a public process, and that's why we're here today.
Just to be clear for folks, it's a public process that is mandated and regulated by the province, correct?
That is correct. So it is regulated, it's mandated through provincial law, which is the Planning Act. When the applicants make their application, we are compelled to process them and deem them complete. Once they're complete, then we schedule a public meeting, which is statutory, and that's why we're here today.
So just to do our best to answer this gentleman's question as to where the town draws the line, and listen, we're not here to speculate, but is it safe to say that in the new official plan is where the municipality has drawn the line? The new official plan points out for each and every area of our community as to what those densities will or will not be, where commercial will or will not be, so on and so forth. Is that a fair answer, so as that this gentleman gets some clarity on that today?
Certainly. As Amy Powell pointed out, there's actually 2 official plans in play right now. There's the current official plan, which is the 2003 document, which designates the lands residential, albeit low density. And there's the newly adopted official plan of council, which is adopted by this council, but yet to be approved by the county council. And that official plan looks at what ought to be taking place in the community over the next 20 to 30 year time horizon.
Great, thank you. So just I want to make sure we're answering your question because you very eloquently posed the question. Our new the official plan in play today was brought into play in 2003. It's a very, very old official plan and we're way behind in getting that updated. The new official plan, which this council adopted and is now before the County of Simcoe, and we expect to have something back, I'm going to say mid-May. Trevor, is that?
Through your worship, we've asked the county to approve the new official plan at May 12th.
So that will come to County Council on May 12th, and if approved by County Council, it will then be in place. And to answer your question, where does the municipality draw the lines? If you were to have a look at that official plan, the new one, and it is a public document, you will be able to see clearly throughout town where we've drawn that line. So you make an excellent point. I just wanted to make sure we could give you the clearest question at this time we possibly could.
So thank you for the answers. It's clear. So the problem lies in here, that not only me, who already spent close to $1 million to a plan that is now kind of derailed into our ideas, which is fine. You don't have to feel sorry for me, because I'm a businessman, a risk taker, and that's not the end of it. But all the people who lived here already for years and all the people who are coming here, to settle in this town. They have to make decisions which takes years to implement. In my case, it was 5-6 years when it's all done, based on a statement that it is not clear to anybody what can happen in the neighborhood after they are done and settled. So I hope that everybody understands that you're not only looking at buildings, but you really affect lifestyle of community, of people and families coming to your town. This is a serious issue because this plan is changing Wasaga Beachwood drastically. So I think the town has to go up with a clear message to not only the residents, but also future residents of how they operate as far as how flexible they are to rezone areas. Very, very important step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on this, if you haven't so far, if you haven't already spoken, I'd ask that you please come to the mic, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Tom Veninen. I live on 17 Maryland. I don't like public speaking, so this is difficult for me. But
you're doing well.
Thank you. One thing I would like to say is we have a lot of kids in our neighborhood. There's no sidewalks. It's not the safest place. It is, but there are risks with kids on the streets and traffic. But what I'm getting to is the green space. You're putting all of these new residents in who might have families of their own, and you're not giving a park or a place for the kids to play and hang out that's safe. And I don't think that's fair. And for the record, I'm not opposed to this. I just think 28 units is way too much. I think you should build townhouses half that number. Then I'm fine. But 28 units, I think, is greedy. And if you're going to do that, put a park in for the kids to play, and put some sidewalks in, and maybe a street light, because we had a car almost crash into the back of the bus when the kids were getting on, and it's just dangerous. And it seems like just profit wins out over what's actually best for the community, and that's sad. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else in the audience who has not spoken today and wishes to come forward and speak, please do so. State your name and address for the record, please. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Jason Bowes, 59 Betty Boulevard. I wasn't planning on speaking, to be honest, but a lot of good points were made, and a couple maybe weren't really thought of quite yet either. This town is definitely changing really quick. We all know that, right? I've been here since about '98. I went to school at Vanier and Collingwood. I've seen a lot of change, and I love it. I'm a big proponent of this town. It's a gorgeous place to be. Everybody's going to want to be here. We have a responsibility, obviously, to expand, to do that appropriately. If you look at the plan, like the original plan with the lots, compared to what they're showing, like it just doesn't look in place at all. Anywhere on Beachwood you drive, all the way down to Collingwood and back, there's nothing similar to this. Like that is a very high density move into a neighborhood that's old, established, beautiful, like generous sized lots. You walk through there, it's gorgeous, right? Good mix of trees, good family neighborhood. Like my kids love going around there. We pick up garbage. Like everybody's dedicated. You see other residents picking up stuff out of the ditches. I feel like with this type of expansion, what typically would happen would be a lot of people might come in here, speculators, investors, going, hey, this is a good grab for a second property. I'm going to rent this out and I'm going to make some money, right? And that is happening in our town. I do think that you potentially could have that, so then the first few years things start to change, and next thing you know it's a transient kind of neighborhood, or that spot where you have people coming and going. It's not the same care that the rest of the members of that neighborhood would put in potentially. Also, Bayswater goes down to the water. There's a water inlet there. So our residents, everybody uses that. I don't know what 28 units is going to do to change that with the amount of people that would be down there. Like I was just down there last week, picked up a bunch of glass, garbage out of there. Like who knows, right? We all try to, do our part to help out in the neighborhood. It's a really good, close neighborhood that way of younger families, older families who've been there for a long time. I'd hate to see that change. So I'm definitely opposed to this type of zoning change. That's it.
Thank you very much. Is there any other member of the public who has not spoken who wishes to come forward and speak? I'll ask a second time. Any members of the public who have not spoken today wish to come forward to speak? And a third and final time? All right, as mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, I would highly suggest that you fill out the form at the back and make sure our deputy clerk has that, so you're notified of any things that are happening with respect to this development and any decisions. We will now wait for the staff to bring a report back to this council, and from there we will make the best decisions we possibly can. Anything to add from staff? Mr. Director?
No, Your Worship, just whether council had any questions for the record.
You know what? That's an excellent point. Thank you. Now look to members of council for clarifying questions, and I'll go to Councillor Belanger first.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, some of the comments that were just made, I'd like a little clarification, because when the new official plan goes into effect, property owners will still have the right, as my understanding, is to request zoning changes. And again, that will come to council despite what the new official plan is. But I also, both our staff and the component talked at length about how the development met the criteria of both the Simcoe County plan and the provincial plan. They do that for a reason, because we can render a decision, but it doesn't end there. The applicant can appeal, and the appeal goes to a provincial process. And the province is, as you know, is more homes faster, more things. So that appeal process is extremely expensive, and council has to take into consideration what the outcome of that would be based on the merits of what's being presented. Because those costs are burdened by every Wasaga Beach taxpayer. So, but I do have some questions related to the specific development, and the last gentleman sort of hit them on the head, is I wasn't familiar of any nearby park that could be used by children. So the lack of park space is a concern. I didn't register on the roadway whether or not you were putting sidewalks, or at least sidewalk on one side in your development, because when you have a one-way road, it's a little narrower, I believe, and all the children that are in that subdivision would be walking to either the closest park or to the bus or whatever. So again, sidewalks are quite common on new developments and are a little safer than not having them. So those are some concerns of mine. It's very unusual that we don't have, this is, I know, is a fairly small development, but most developments require some kind of storm water collective area on the property. I think in my recollection, other than single lot infill, this is the first one that I haven't seen some kind of reservoir or something to retain water. And it is an area, again, where it's higher than those properties as you move towards the bay, so it stands to reason that water flows downhill. So, yes, I think there were some very good questions raised. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, I think this question I'd like to direct to Amy, the planner, please. I had wondered in the presentation, I know the area a little bit, not very well, I drive Beachwood often, and when it was classed as walkability, I thought, okay, I must be wrong. So what does define, from a planner's point of view, walkability in a neighborhood, please?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So walkability can be measured in a number of ways. It's generally speaking of, how far can you get on your feet, if you will, to any type of community asset or community use. But there's also the notion and integration that you don't have to get there solely by foot. There's also the benefit of being able to utilize active transportation by walking to a transit stop. So this particular development does benefit by being right adjacent to an existing public transit stop. And, we're looking to increase the elements of walkability by adding that sidewalk infrastructure that's been presented in the subject application. So essentially, you're just looking to say, how quickly and how conveniently can I get to a destination by walking or by using modes of active transportation, such as public transit.
Thank you. Sorry, I get to the public transit, but I guess it's the same issue I have when they call balconies an amenity. So, yeah, I would like to see things change there. Okay, thanks for your answer.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Councillor White.
Thank you very much. Just in regards to the traffic study, it says there in the traffic study notes that there was no delay or congestion in the study, and I'm just kind of curious as to if this traffic study did any pedestrian counting or took into account pedestrian issues, especially in the area of Lakeshore, number 52 Lakeshore, where it meets Beachwood there, and I wasn't too sure if there's what kind of elevation change there is there. I'm not too sure if I can recall if Lakeshore actually comes up a bit there or not. It just looks like a funny intersection, and I just want to know how pedestrians were clocked in this area.
Thank you, Councillor. Who wants to take a stab at that? Town staff? How about you, Amy?
Through the chair, so I don't want to speak outside of my professional expertise. We don't have our transportation or traffic engineer with us here on the call, but it's definitely something that we can seek clarity on and report back through staff.
All right, good with that, Councillor White. Anything further? All right, thank you. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I along the same lines of Councillor Ego's conversation and question, in looking at the elevation, I don't see any balconies or terraces, and on the site plan, I'm not quite sure how much amenity each property owner would have in that area. Can you clarify that for me? Are there backyards, since there's no play area?
Through the chair to the councillor, so I'm just going to pull up the concept plan. So there is a rear yard setback that's been maintained, which is going to offer that outdoor private amenity space. There's no, from the elevations, there's no balconies proposed at this point in time, but there will be private rear yard space that's allocated to each individual unit. And there's also a bit of green space in the front that will also be afforded to each unit.
And as a follow-up, Your Worship, is it possible to give us an idea what the square footage is of these units? And that will help us determine how many occupants.
I'll have to do the calculation. I don't have that number readily available, but if you just want to give me 1 minute.
I think that's, you can provide that number to staff and it can come back to us at a later date, Amy, that's fine, but a great question, Councillor, go ahead. All right, anything further, Councillor? No? All right, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. First off, thank you for all your comments, very informative, and thank you for the petition. I forgot your name, the lady who talked about the elevation of the ground in your backyard. That was very concerning to me because I understand exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to wait for the staff report on that to see what they say. And also, what touched me is the visitors parking. 4 for 28 units. That Yeah, that to me doesn't, it sounds a
So,
little...
Councillor, so I just we're here to ask clarifying questions, not give our thoughts and opinions. I'm sure we all have our thoughts and opinions, but...
So the question would be, would you consider putting more visitor parking spots?
Through your worship, I'm not aware of the closest park. I'm not sure if Kevin would be able to tell you or not. What I can tell council is that when we did go through the West Wasaga secondary plan study area, it was desired by the residents who participated that some type of a park be located somewhere in the Wasaga area. And we did identify I think it's at the TPC Energy site on the waterfront as a potential. But aside from that, I'm not aware if there is any actual public parks in that area. I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you, Trevor. Director Lalonde?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the closest park in terms of playground infrastructure is probably the recently constructed park near Ramblewood and 58th Street. What I can say is, and as council may recall, we did complete the Parks and Trails Master Plan, which kind of reaffirmed our knowledge that playground infrastructure in parks in the West End and the East End is absolutely warranted and needed. We have been working with one of the area developers, which could introduce a park at the end of Betty Boulevard. So right now where Betty Boulevard terminates and there's that future potential connection with Shore Lane, that would be approximately 700 meters from Maryland Avenue North and Betty to the east. So we are looking at a future park block there. There are negotiations still outstanding, and we're hoping to acquire that through the redevelopment of those lands. And some of us may recall that the name of those lands is the Mr. Romanen's property. So we are looking for a park block there, and we have seen some concepts for the lands on the south side of Beachwood opposite Blue Water. There's the opportunity there. And there is also an opportunity in the Sunray lands, the residential lands on the south side of Beachwood, east of Robert, adjacent to the town's future public works depot and water tower land. So we recognize there are certainly park needs in the West End, and we're actively trying to accommodate that void.
Thank you very much. So just for clarification then, on this particular project, if they're not proposing a park, would we then receive funds in lieu of to go towards other parks?
Through your worship, that would probably be correct. Obviously, we don't take parkland at the official plan and zoning stage, but we would if they were coming in for either plan of subdivision or consent or site plan approval.
Okay, thank you, Director. And then I just want to be clear, as I pulled these up on our GIS, and I want to just understand this a little better. So I'm seeing 4 parcels that are combined into, or maybe 6. All of those parcels in the current official plan are residential, and in the new, they're proposed to be, they're single-family residential or R1 now, and the proposal in 2026 official plan is?
Through your worship, so the lands are currently designated residential in the 2003 official plan, and in the newly adopted 2025 or 2026 official plan, they're proposed to be commercial.
All right, thank you very much. You know, we've heard a lot today about drainage issues. I've heard a lot over the years about drainage issues in the West End, and again, I think it's important to note that when I see the amount of structure being put here, I'd like to see a little more about with respect to drainage and how that's going to be dealt with and handled. And snow storage, I'd like to have some real clear understanding, other than, you know, we may take it away, as to where, when I look at this parcel of land, they propose any snow storage other than whatever will go on the banks. But if I'm looking at this correctly, and I'm seeing the driveways I'm seeing and the amount of them on this narrow private street, I'd really like to see more about, or hear more about, snow storage. And then waste collection. We talked about waste collection being a private street. The county of Simcoe is not likely to go through here to pick up waste, and if they're not, or if they don't agree to do that, then I'd like to see on this plan where that waste is going to be stored by the residents or taken to on this site to be picked up by a private collector. Extra parking, 28 units. I don't know, do we have a number that we use currently, which average vehicle per unit?
Through your worship, typically for any type of single family or semi or townhouse, the minimum requirement is two vehicles per house. Visitor parking is typically reserved for those when they're actually in a condominium or an apartment scenario. So I'm not sure if visitor parking is actually required as part of this development, but if they're proposing it, they could come back with what the ratio would be for that as well.
Thank you very much. And so that's 50, if it's 2 cars, that's 56 vehicles, plus 4 parking for visitors, which I'm not sure I would be satisfied with, but that's a lot more vehicular traffic at Maryland and Beachwood. There's no doubt about it. Plus visitors, plus. And we all know now with the new zoning bylaws and planning act and what the province has brought down with respect to having other units within one dwelling, I could even see more cars there. So I really hope that we have a real close look at the traffic study. I know what it says. I've gone through it. I'm not so sure that perhaps we've thought about how much extra traffic on that corner this is truly going to be creating. And whether or not a traffic signal at the very least may be required there. Bus stop and sidewalks, we already know that this is, we have a transit stop there. We know that the school bus stops there. I've been by there many times and waited behind the school bus. You know, these types of units are most likely either going to be either seniors or young families who are trying to find more affordable housing, and so there's no doubt that we're going to probably have several children, school-age children here, and what does that mean for safety for school bus stops as that increases? And then I think that's probably enough for now. I'm sure I could find some more questions on this. So I'm looking forward to hearing from staff and from the consultants as to the answer to a lot of those questions. And then in the meantime, as I look at, well, I'll save that to speak to later. Those are my questions. If there's no other questions or comments from members of council, I'll go to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. My apologies. Through to Amy, can you clarify the rear yards? As I blow up your diagram, the number's a little blurry. It looks like it's 3 meters. Is that the distance of the rear yard, please?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So there's 7.6 rear yard setback for units 1 to 7. That's maintained for units 8 to 15 as well. And then on the blocks, units 16 to 22, it's 7.71 meters as a rear yard setback. And that is maintained to 7.61 for units 23 to 28. So that's the depth of the rear yards.
Thank you, Your Worship. So question to the Director of Planning. With the drainage concerns that we have here, with such a small rear yard, people are naturally going to want to build a deck. They're going to want to do some hardscaping, some interlock brick, stuff like that, that aren't going to support proper drainage. Do we have the ability to control that piece should this project go through?
Through your worship. So yes, we would. So obviously, it's just the official plan and the zoning at this point, but if they go through either a site plan approval or a plan of subdivision, Kevin's team would be the ones to look at any functional servicing reports or grading plans that would be submitted in support of those applications. And then it would be on the developer's responsibility to show us how the drainage will ultimately work with the gradings in addition to those of the abutting properties. Oftentimes, I'm not an engineer, but oftentimes, sometimes the front half of the property will drain to the front, the back half will drain to the back. It'll be received by a swale. Swales then go with easements across multiple properties to catch basins and then ultimately out to either the road or some type of a collection point like a stormwater management pond. All of those things will have to be sorted out to the town's satisfaction if and when these actual approvals are granted and they come in for those types of detailed designs.
Anything further? All right. I'm going to give Councillor Belanger one last shot, and then we're going to move along.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just have one question of clarification. Maybe not that the residents are too interested in, but for council's decision. It's my recollection when we did the public meetings in the West End planning that there was a lot of residents that indicated there needed to be more commercial in the West End. I'm just wondering if this was in the new official plan zoned as commercial, having it change, what does that do to the available commercial in the West End? Because I recall a lot of people brought that up. They were very adamant about how far they had to travel for some basic requirements. So,
Trevor?
Through your worship, Councillor Belanger is correct. So we did the public charrettes back in 2024, summer of. Obviously, we took in a lot of information, and yes, part of that information was what we heard was that to make this a complete community over the next 20 to 30 years, that residents were concerned that they would have to continue to either travel to a little different now that we have Costco coming, but to the far extreme of one municipality being the town or going to the other extreme being Collingwood. And so the residents did ask us to consider some type of more commercial somewhere in that area. And as we saw through Samantha's PowerPoint presentation, there was a decision made that at the nexus of this intersection here, that we try to group some type of a commercial type of corridor or hub, which is what we've done and what council's approved and what is now before the county. So we did that, and we also created a commercial overlay in addition to that from basically the roundabout at the casino all the way down to the far extreme of our border with Collingwood on both sides in the residential areas, so that we could also try to encourage further development in the area. But to answer the question, yes, commercial was something that we had heard through that public process. It was adopted into the secondary plan, which is adopted into the new official plan as well.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. Good question and good for information. All right, we've now exhausted the public questions and council questions, and so I will now deem this public meeting closed. All right, as for the rest of our meeting, I think we'll now break for lunch and come back at 1:30. 1:30?
Your Worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We'll finish our meeting off now with item number 6, which is presentations, and this is a Beachfront Update 6.1, First Street activation, and I'll pass the floor to our CAO, Andrew McNeil, for this report. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Just loading the presentation. We thought it would be a good idea to give council a quick update on where we're at with all things beachfront construction. As well, we want to have a quick chat about First Street. So we're joined by Kevin Lalonde and Mike Pincevero. Mike Pincevero is leading project management on all of the beachfront construction. So I'm going to go through quickly a few slides, and then if you want to get into any details, we'll pull Mike into providing all the intricate answers. One of the first things we wanted to update council on pertains to the roundabout at Moseley and Main. You have probably noticed all of the equipment down there at that intersection. We had a lot of discussion early in the new year about timing around the roundabout, whether or not we would try and get it built this spring or wait until the fall. Obviously, when you're constructing in the middle of Moseley Street at the heart of our tourist area, you don't want to be doing that in the middle of summer. So we spent a fair bit of time with Arnott Construction, who is leading the construction for us, to validate that we could actually get this built in a timely manner, which they have assured us they can. So they mobilized as soon as the snow was gone. It's under construction now. And they have assured us that this will be complete, at least the roundabout portion complete. Finished landscape may take a bit longer, but the travel portion of the road, the installation of the roundabout, will be done prior to our busy tourist season. So that's what's happening there. We wanted council to be aware of that. We're quite excited to get this in place. Operationally, that's going to solve a lot of issues that have been in this community for generations. Trying to make that left out of spruce, we've all done it at some point in our lives. This is going to help a lot with that. In addition, roundabouts have proven to be much safer for pedestrians. So at that busy crossing, it will actually make it a lot safer for all of our visitors and our residents to actually make that crossing to get down onto Beach Drive. So more to come, but essentially that's what's underway there. First Street, we are also quite excited. I believe this is the first time council will have seen this design. We took a different approach with this design. In my opinion, this really echoes the approach that we're taking down at the beachfront in terms of elevating, raising the bar on detailed design that we're bringing to our community. So First Street, this is the actual concept design. You're going to see a few concept buildings that were put in as placeholders by Tatham, and then I'm going to be showing an image of Stonebridge have actually inserted their building into this design, so you can see what this is actually going to look like. This is referred to generally as a flush street, meaning there are no curbs. This is what most municipalities are doing, particularly in pedestrian-oriented areas in their communities. You want these to be very accessible to everybody. A lot of folks have trouble stepping up and down over curbs, pushing a stroller, etc. So it really creates a beautiful street. The design is, in my opinion, quite nice here. The black lines that you see, those are not actual curbs. Those are the drainage areas. So there's a swale there that collects the water, allows the water to drain. But essentially flush area, we can close this street and it can function like a wide open plaza, which is what we will be doing for most of this summer. And as well, we've given generous boulevards for the live-work buildings at Stonebridge to spill out into the public area, which is exactly the kind of behavior you want to see. You want to have sidewalk cafes animated with kids eating ice cream and having a latte, all that kind of stuff. So we think they've nailed the design in this area. Image, bird's eye from Beach Drive looking back towards Moseley Street. And I should also mention, you'll see a smaller roundabout at the intersection of First and Moseley. That will not be constructed this spring or this summer. We're going to push that to the fall. Again, we want to make sure that we don't interrupt the busy season. So the limits of construction for this This street will be essentially where you see the sidewalk, the edge of the curve there. That will be what will get built this spring, and then we'll come back in the fall and install the roundabout. As I mentioned, Stonebridge, Mark Crow is extremely excited about this street. He is paying a third of the cost to build this street. So he reached out to his architect to insert his current building into the design. Again, my opinion, this is a wonderful public realm. And for those who are not sure what's going on the ground floor of the building, it is retail space, commercial space. So this gives you an idea of what the ultimate will look like. His intention is to have that area activated. So, and you'll also notice the bottom left is Beck Square, where we'll have a monument to relocating all of the history from Beck Square. And that is actually historically more accurate. That's actually where the building sat. So it's more accurate than the previous Beck Square. What we also wanted to update on is the next slide. What we are trying to do, working in collaboration with Stonebridge, is actually activate this space. The Stonebridge would like to have this street complete and full of life at some point this summer. We have asked Arnott what the construction timeline would look like to get First Street built. We're targeting, I have at the top, target Canada Day. That is not a definitive line in the sand, but Arnott has indicated to us that they're quite confident that they can hit that. It may be a couple days either direction from Canada Day, but that is definitely what we are shooting towards. The goal for this summer would be, as soon as they finish the roundabout, they're going to shift over to First Street, start building First Street, and then we will get all of the hard surface elements complete by Canada Day. It may not be 100% finished. Some of the light standards, some of the shrubs may come a little bit later, which is fine. When they need to come back, we'll just close it off, and then they can install those elements. But for Canada Day, what we're looking to have is a street hardscape finished, open to the public, closed to cars, so it will function like a pedestrian plaza for this summertime. Within that plaza, Stonebridge wants to activate the space. You see the stage just to the right of the building at the top of the screen. Stonebridge just purchased that stage last week. It's a very cool stage. It's essentially a trailer that folds out into a stage, and as soon as we are able to, we will roll that into the space, and then we will be able to hold concerts for the remainder of the summer. And I know Sandra has a whole program that you can share with them momentarily. So we're quite excited about this. Stonebridge will be funding the activation. And this will give our community an opportunity to actually experience an almost finished space with a new building, new public realm, new streets, et cetera. So I think that's quite exciting because everyone's a little impatient and they want all this construction to be finished. Sandra, do you want to jump in and just explain some of the activation?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we are preparing to get ready to announce our summer lineup in the coming week, next week. So you'll get to read more about this. But just to give you a sense, for example, we are working with Stonebridge on how we're going to activate this space this summer. So we have a couple of scenarios, for example, where we are introducing a new festival that will take place during the Midway. And the stage that Andrew mentioned that's up there on the screen, we will be activating that stage. And so we have sponsors that have already come on board as well as Stonebridge, including OLG. And so we'll have some live performances during that weekend with the Midway, just to bring traffic down there. So we have 2 bands that we expect to perform on this stage at the end of July. And then we are also building out Memories of Summer into a 3-day festival this year, which will see 2 days of that programming probably happening right here on this First Street scenario, so on that stage. So that's very exciting. And we're just basically working on nailing down the details this week. And we'll have lots of wonderful things to share with the public next week.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Moving ahead, in terms of the larger construction project down at the beachfront, We're talking, we've been referring to underground works and above ground works. Underground is the really important stuff, all the pipes and the wires and the stuff that makes the toilets flush and the lights go on. People don't really care too much about that. They just care about what you can see on the surface, but it is really important. We are about 60% complete of all underground works down at the beachfront. And we are really just starting to get into the surface stuff, the stuff that people will see. Overall, the project is approximately 39% complete in terms of construction value. But again, we thought this was a good visual for the community to understand that there's been a lot of energy and work done below the surface. And Arnott is making great progress. You all know we had a tough winter, but amazingly, Arnott kept plugging all through the winter. And you can see by this image and some subsequent images, they've essentially completed the entire sheet wall. A couple areas where they need to add a couple pieces, but essentially it is complete. That is not the finished elevation. So I want everyone to understand that's the sheet pile wall. Then there will be stone capping that goes on top of that. It'll be approximately about a foot, 2 feet, 2 feet higher than what you see at the top of this wall. But again, critical work here for flood protection, but it's going to be a little bit higher and it's going to look a lot nicer than what you're seeing in this image. So again, making great progress. The two areas along the beachfront that are a little more challenging than some of the other areas are in front of the sandbar and then a little bit further east in front of Subway. That is because of the grade change. We're raising Beach Drive approximately 5 feet. The existing buildings were built to relate to the previous grade. So there's retaining walls, et cetera, that are required in front of these buildings that are being installed. You can see the progress. This is about a week old, so they've made further progress from then, but they're working away in front of the sandbar. Additionally, actually, I'll just go back to that one. You'll notice the elevation. You can see the top left. That is the first building by Stonebridge. Imagine the wall that you see in the right of that image, 2 feet higher. That will meet up with the grade in front of Stonebridge. So for those of you who remember what it used to be like on First Street, there was quite a significant grade change in front of where the Dard used to be. That is going to be much more gentle with this finished design. So that'll be better for all, a little bit easier to walk up and down the street when you're walking from Moseley down to the beachfront. This is what I was talking about, what will happen in front of the sandbar. So that is in front of the subway where we've had to build some retaining walls. So not an ideal situation, but it is what was required to make this work. There will be stairs that take you down into this area, and that will also be what happens in front of, yes? Do you want to ask questions now, or do you want me to?
No, you carry on and then we'll open the, there's just a lot to take in. We just have. Sure, okay, yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Your Worship, for this. It's a lot of different, we talked about First Street, and now we're onto this, and I just don't want to get lost, and so I do have two questions. The first one was when you were talking about First Street activation and asking for Mark to have that, or Stonebridge to have that area activated, will he have occupancy in those units to have there to be a reason to have ice cream and lattes on the street?
So I don't know whether occupancy will be issued. We'll certainly try for that. In terms of activation, what he's proposing to do in the street itself, we'll have a stage, we'll have things going on there. On the base of his buildings, he may look to do some pop-up stores. So again, that's a little bit to be determined about how far he is and whether we can issue occupancy or not. Okay.
And sorry, and just about this particular image here, we've seen different elevations of the beachfront before, and it caused like a river in front of the shops. Is there a is that gonna? This looks like a pooling area for like this looks like a flood zone.
I'm going to turn that over to Mike to see if he can address how the drainage will work behind those walls.
Sure, through you, Your Worship. There is a drainage catch basin at the bottom of this wall. Water that's collected down at the base of Subway actually goes into the storm sewer on Beach Drive. and then comes down First Street to outlet into the river. So, if that answers your question.
So, does that answer your question, Councillor, or did you have a further question?
It's a lot of water. When a rain event happens, it all slopes that direction. Is it a big catch basin, I guess?
Yes, it's a double catch basin, and there's 2 pipes coming. It's actually a pretty large storm sewer, yes.
No problem. Okay. Anyone else? Any questions before we carry on? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. For this image here that's on the screen, eventually that property is going to sell and another person's going to come in. Have we designed it in such a way that it transitions really easily once those buildings get knocked down and something new goes up?
I would suspect that that will be up to the property owner and the developer at the time, but Mike?
Yes, obviously, when they raise it up to match with Beach Drive, the retaining wall could be taken away to blend in. Their grading design would have to fit to Beach Drive, basically. The further back you go towards Moseley, the more the elevation rate rises, and they would basically do the same that we have for First Street, as Andrew was pointing out, as well as Main Street, to just flatten it out, kind of soften that gradient to Beach Drive, so they would just raise up and match in the same manner.
And you can see the image on the bottom right, that's looking from Beach Drive up towards, up along Main Street. So the grade does level out and the need for the retaining wall does disappear the further along you go. But absolutely, in the future, we would envision these buildings, I don't know how long these buildings will be here, but at some point in time, I would anticipate they would redevelop and then they would just match into grade like we will do with Sunray, like you saw earlier today. Okay?
All right, further questions or comments?
And actually, this is my last slide, so.
All right, go ahead, Andrew.
Any questions or comments?
Any further questions or comments on what we're seeing here from Andrew? Councillor Timms.
With regards to Main Street, will we be surfacing it in time for the summer?
So Mike, can you share the timeline for resurfacing Main Street? And I will share with you our priority. We're going to move to First Street right after the roundabout and then Main Street. But
Right. So the schedule we did have for the spring included the roundabout and Main Street being completed for July 1st. But with the interest of activating First Street, we're having Arnott basically jump over to First. Once the roundabout is done, they will concurrently be working on some of Main Street, like the subcontractors, curb work, for example, or any concrete work they'll do in both places. But in terms of getting the paving stones down, the focus will be first. So we won't have Main Street open in time for the start of summer, but it will be happening. We don't have an updated schedule yet since we pivoted on the priority. So should be done for pedestrians some point in the summer, but not for the start of summer.
Thank you, Councillor.
If I could add, there will not be access to cross Beach Drive to the beach from Main Street this summer. Last summer, we had that access from Playland parking lot. This summer, the access points are going to be 3rd Street and Spruce Street, so either end. That's very important. We don't disrupt that crossing so that Arnott can keep moving quickly. The more interruptions we put into this, the longer it's going to take.
All right, Councillor Belanger?
Just on that last comment to our CAO, I had heard, or at least there was an interest in having access from First Street. You didn't mention it, so.
I know there was interest in that, so we have asked Arnott multiple times now to confirm whether or not that is a possibility. Anything is possible, but to visually illustrate this in all of our heads, you remember last summer from Playland, there was a crossing, that was before the sheet pile went in. So to accommodate a temporary passage, they would have to build up the grade, do some kind of ladder or ramp to address the sheet pile wall, which is going to be a few feet in the air. As well, you're pushing the public into an active construction zone, which is an absolute liability from the municipality's perspective. We don't believe it's wise to do that. Arnott would prefer not to do that. I know our insurer would prefer that we not do that as well. So our strong recommendation is access points are on either end. Let's get the job done as quickly as we can. I know there was interest to have people crossing there at First Street, but for this summer, we think it's smart not to do that and just have the stage and activate that space.
It just will impact an event that's being worked on, so that's why.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't agree more. Listen, we need to get this done. And the more pressures we put on our contractor, who, by the way, I believe is doing a phenomenal job. I think they're, the weather down there this winter, and they kept pounding away, and I was amazed that many of the days that I don't think anyone would have gone down there, they were working away. So they're doing the best they can, and I think it's our job and our responsibility to not hinder that so we can get this done as quickly as possible so people do have safe access to our beach again. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Ego?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Just a comment, Pedro's will be very happy.
All right, Andrew?
And if I could comment on that is actually a great point. Pedro's, Pizza, there's some other activation going on around there, Beachfront Smokehouse. So that area is a bit of a hub. And if we can get that hard surface down as quickly as possible, activate that as an attractive space for people to go of all ages, family-friendly entertainment, all that kind of stuff, that will be a destination for a lot of folks, and it will help Pedro's. It will help all of the adjacent stores.
A lot of short-term pain for long-term gain for sure. Okay, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Worship, through you. I think I really applaud the pivot from going from Main Street to First Street, because Main Street, we don't have any assets on the left or the right side, you know what I mean? So we would be opening up a road to nothing other than the beachfront, obviously, but you can't even go to the beachfront. So First Street, I think, is a great idea. Question about Third Street. So right now it's closed off, and they've got bought a bunch of material in that parking lot. Do we see that road opening up and some of that parking lot that Mark Crow has purchased from us being available for parking, specifically around folks with disabilities, and being able to get from Nancy Island and access to our Moby Mets? Thank you.
So Sandra has some great ideas for Third Street that we'll share with you.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So our main sites for special events this summer are going to be Nancy Island, so working very closely with our partners at Nancy Island. We will also look at activating the Third Street parking lot. We are looking at activating First Street, and then we are looking at activating the area right when you enter what is Provincial Park Area 1 through the gate. So those are our main sites. We also are looking at some smaller activations over here on Main Street. But in terms of the Third Street parking lot, we do intend to have that area cleaned up. So right behind the bus shelter where you look now, if you drive through, you do see some construction equipment, and we have had discussions about cleaning up that parking lot to make sure that if it's not currently in activation, that it is available parking for people that are going to be attending events at Nancy Island or going to the beach. I think I'll just add also too, in the Third Street parking lot, just adjacent to the old transit building is the location where we're planning to install our washroom trailers as well, so that you can park, use the facilities, and go about your business. Yeah.
So you can park, go about your business, and then go about your business. All right. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, is it appropriate to ask about the new festival since you dropped that hint? What it's going to be called, or?
I think staff were clear that'll be coming out to us next week or so. So
Okay.
we'll get that. I'm sure we'll get it before public get it for sure. But it's a great question. I'm looking forward to hearing it as well.
And a second question, if we're going to be utilizing Nancy Island quite a bit, is there some sort of traffic pedestrian system that we could put in there so that people can walk across safely and not be quick jaywalking across the street? Currently, down at, when you come over the bridge, you know, we've got that one there, but I think that's really the only one, right?
So I think we have two others. We have one right at Pedro's, and then we have one at Third Street as well. But I'll look to our director or our manager of Public Works.
That's correct, Your Worship. I was going to say that there is a pedestrian push-button PXO right there at Nancy and 3rd, so we're equipped. Thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, nothing else, Andrew? Exciting for sure. Listen, this is a time of upheaval. We all get that, and you know, the rest of this year and throughout this summer into next year until this is completed, it's short-term pain for long-term gain. But there's no doubt in my mind, anyway, that we're going in the right direction. And you know, our partners, as I said, like Arnott Construction, they're moving. They're moving as quick as they can, and they're doing great work. And the other thing, I can't say enough good about them. They're local. You know, the people working there are local people, local company, which is great. And many of them grew up here, so they understand the importance of this project to this municipality. And anytime I think staff or anyone has asked for anything, or you know, if there's been anything come from the public, any concern, and we've reached out, they have been so great at making sure that they fix it or make it right, or shift a bit in order to accommodate the public and traffic. So good on them for that. All right, we'll now move on to item number 7 on the agenda.
Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry to interrupt. It was missed on the agenda, but there's just a motion to receive that presentation.
Okay, so you want to read that motion? It's
Yes.
not on the agenda, you're right. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
So that the presentation from the CEO pertaining to a beachfront update First Street activation be received for information.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 7, delegations. We have no delegations today. And number 8, government relations. 8.1 is Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act 2026. And, you know, this is an act that is going to be very important for our community in the near future and, of course, long term. So I'll turn it over to our Director of Planning, Trevor Houghton, to give us an update and an understanding of Bill 98. Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I start out by saying I apologize. This is going to be a little long-winded, but it is Bill 98 has made it such that it requires a little bit of time to get through. I'm going to speak to 3 or 4 acts here specifically. This is for information only. We're not really seeking a direction from council. It's more of an informative piece. I'll speak to the Development Charges Act, the Building Code, and the Municipal Act, and then I'll launch into the Planning Act. So under the Development Act, the Development Charges Act, there's going to be a proposal under Bill 98 that a new section that provides that non-profit retirement home developments are going to be exempt from development charges. I should set this saying we don't really have a lot of details. This is just a very high-level review. With respect to the Building Code Act and the Municipal Act, the government seeks to clarify the standards for protection or conservation of the environment are included within the meaning of municipal bylaws regarding the construction or demolition of buildings for the purposes of the Building Code Act, and that the Planning Act be amended to clarify that standards for the protection or conservation of the environment are included within the meaning of a matter of construction or standards that are not subject to the Planning Act or site plan control. And also that the Municipal Act be amended that any bylaws related to respecting the protection and conservation of the environment is repealed. Basically, in a nutshell, the government continues to push that things of like green energy standards and things of that nature are not mandatory. They're going to be voluntary, and that'll be a theme that you're going to see a little bit later on when we get into the Planning Act changes, which I'll launch into right now. The first change to the Planning Act that's being considered is a standardization of parkland requirements. In that scenario, it's the developer who will identify what lands are to be conveyed to a municipality, and that includes things called privately owned, publicly accessible spaces, POPs for short, which is a common thing that you see more in the GTA, but is probably going to be something we'll see up here. And those POPs actually count towards municipal parkland dedication. The act will be amended to allow the developer may appeal to the tribunal where the municipality rejects those identified lands, and the OLT can then order the land be conveyed to the town if it meets prescribed criteria. We don't know all of the prescribed criteria, but there's two things that we do know. One is lands that cannot convey land for parkland if it's contaminated, or if it's lands that have natural or human-made hazards. What is also clear that the government's going to suggest to the proponents is that any land that is conveyed as parkland has to be available directly from the public realm and readily visible from the public realm. So you can't hide the parkland behind X, Y, or Z. The size and the shape of the land to be conveyed has to be capable of being used as a park, and that lands within or adjacent to a natural heritage feature is possible to be used as a park as long as it doesn't interfere with natural heritage features. The distinction there is natural heritage features is not the same thing as contaminated lands or natural lands that are hazard, which is flooding. The next change to the Planning Act is streamlining and standardization of official plans. That is basically twofold. The first one is that the government is proposing that all municipal official plans will have a standardized table of contents. So examples would be settlement boundaries, strategic growth areas, land use designations, infrastructure. Every official plan in the province will have the standard table of contents in their official plan. The second component of that is that there will be a standardization of the various land use designations. So examples of that will be neighborhoods, mixed use areas, employment areas, parks and open space, and natural environment. If these are adopted, we think that at the soonest that we would likely have to adopt those changes to our current or new official plan would be January 1st of 2029. It also is going to be a requirement that municipalities reduce or remove any redundant climate change policies from their official plans as well. The next change being proposed is related to site plan approval, and it's prohibiting mandatory enhanced development standards and green building standards. So basically what the province is going to is looking at is removing any municipal authority to require mandatory enhanced development standards at the lot level, i.e. green development standards that are not otherwise required for health and safety. And this is to provide clarity that green building and construction standards are voluntary. They are not to be imposed by municipalities. Specifically, remove any reference to sustainable design from site plan control, clarifying zoning cannot be used to require sustainable elements, and expressly stating that mandatory green building construction standards are not part of site plan approval. Lastly, the upper tier planning responsibilities in the County of Simcoe. So as council may recall, a couple of years ago, there was a change where planning responsibilities had been removed from some of the upper tier municipalities. So the region of Durham, Halton, Niagara, Peel, Simcoe, Waterloo, and York, with the exception of Simcoe, that had not been yet removed. Under the new changes, that's now back onto the table. So the change would be that there's proposed flexibility for removing the county, Simcoe County planning responsibility in 3 different phases based on municipal readiness. The first one is the town of Innisfil, town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and the town of New Tech will be removed from responsibilities from the county. After that, the second phase will be any prescribed lower tier municipalities in the county. We don't know which municipalities those may be yet. That hasn't been released. And then lastly, all other municipalities thereafter who make such a request to the ministry. The next change that is being considered is with respect to the provincial planning statement, and it's the method of how we project land use. So basically, planning authorities must base population and employment forecasts based on the Ontario population projections published by the Ministry of Finance. Sufficient land must be available to accommodate an appropriate range and mix of land uses to meet projected needs for a time horizon of at least 20 years and not more than 30 years. However, planning authorities may continue to consider planning for infrastructure beyond those timelines. So what is being considered as an amendment to the PPS? And that will be for the purposes of how municipalities across Ontario develop their population and employment forecasts. And it's going to be basically in 4 main sections. The first section is establishing municipal population projections. And what that means is it's the outcome used to develop population and employment forecast. The second one is developing housing needs forecast. That is to determine the amount of housing needed to the planning year horizon, accounting for intensification within built-up areas or within existing settlement areas, and whether or not more settlement land is therefore needed. The third component is developing employment forecasts. And as you might expect, it is to identify the amount of the type of employment type and growth needed over the planning horizon. And then lastly, it's all tied together with the land needs assessment. And that is to determine how much the appropriate range and mix of all land use is needed to meet the projected needs over the 20 to 30 year time horizon. The next change being contemplated is with respect to secondary plans. And those changes are that secondary plans, the province will identify the types of areas where secondary plans ought to be used. And secondly, and interestingly, separating secondary plans from the primary official plan so that they exist as a standalone document. As you may recall, we just went through a secondary plan process as part of our official plan, and we integrated it into one document. With these changes, there would be the town official plan, and then there could be the standalone secondary plan for the West End, which is a different way of dealing with land use planning. The next proposed consideration of the government is prescribed professions for the purposes of complete applications. So the purpose of that is to scope complete application requirements by providing the municipalities would be required to accept studies from certified professions as per regulations. And also, the government is considering to expand that list of certified professionals to also include such things such as landscape architects, etc. The purpose of that would be that municipalities would have to accept technical studies and reports prepared by these professionals in the first instance of satisfying complete application requirements without further review or revisions. So what that basically means is when we get a complete application in, we get a functional servicing report or an arborist report, we don't comment on the appropriateness or the fullness of the report. We simply take in the report, circulate it, and then we do our review. I guess some municipalities don't do that. That is not our practice here in Wasaga Beach, but that would be something that the government would ensure that other municipalities would no longer do. The next proposed change is to prohibit mandatory enhanced development standards as a condition of land development approvals. So again, removing the authority to require as a condition of a land division approval, such as a committee of adjustment, mandatory enhanced development standards at the lot level that are not required for health, safety, accessibility, or the protection of adjoining lands. These new regulations would prohibit sustainability conditions as part of any land use approval. And this would shift again from the province is basically shifting the mandatory to a voluntary approach for enhanced development elements such as green development standards. This next one is an interesting one. It's a proposed regulation to establish minimum residential lot sizes in urban areas. What the province is proposing is to set a minimum lot size of 175 square meters, which is approximately 1,900 square feet, on parcels of urban residential land that is outside the greenbelt area zoned for residential and is fully serviced with municipal sanitary and water. So what the province is saying that is proposing is that not every new urban lot has to be 175 square meters, but the municipality would not be able to require that urban residential lots be larger than that through the zoning bylaws. So landowners would retain the ability to apply for a larger lot, but the municipality couldn't require that lots not be less or mandatory sizes that don't meet that 175 square meters. The next provision that the government is suggesting is a streamlining of what a complete application is. This is a proposed standardized list of information that planning authorities can require for complete applications. Two types of studies have been identified and when they should be required. The first is your core studies. Core studies are those that are always required, typically to assess the merits of a Planning Act application. So certain examples of that would be an environmental impact study, functional servicing reports, planning justification reports. The second type of planning study would be contingent studies. Those are studies that are only required on a site-specific basis based on surrounding conditions. So that would be such things as noise studies, arborist reports, and archaeological assessments. The next proposed change is reform of site plan approval, so site plan control. So one of the ideas is that they remove site plan control from the Planning Act in its totality. Failing that, some other suggested changes would be a maximum of 3 circulations, after which a mandatory meeting is triggered, by which staff and the applicant would try to work together to resolve any outstanding issues. The scope of site plan review process would be to a standardized approval checklist of functional aspects of the site with the use of certified professionals. A municipality is not permitted to request additional studies and plans beyond this standardized approval checklist. Also, establish or require a municipal arbitration process or site plan review panel for the site plan applications that have either exceeded the 60-day time allowance of the Planning Act, which is current, or a specified number of circulations. And also require municipalities to establish different site plan approval streams for different types of development proposals. So full submission versus scoped versus exempt because it doesn't warrant site plan approval. And lastly, also to facilitate electronic submissions to the province. So this proposal would be to remove the requirement for information and material to include the original or certified copies to the province or the ministry, and to allow those notices to be given electronically to the ministry. So those would be things like notices of public meeting, open houses, and complete applications. So not too much changing, Your Worship, just a few things that are on the docket today, but I'll try to answer any questions that Council has, knowing that I'm not 100% sure what's going on in its depth, but I'll try to answer those questions for you.
Thank you very much, Trevor. You know, it's interesting. We just had 2 public meetings and a lot of questions and quite a few comments about, you know, people referring to us, meaning council, in making these decisions and allowing or disallowing, when in fact, you know, here we are again where this is just further proof that we are creatures of the province. And it is the province who's making these decisions, and so it really does, in many cases, tie council's hands. But you know, I'll open it up for comments or questions. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Trevor, did I hear that correctly, that they want to remove the Committee of Adjustment?
Through your worship, it's not that they want to remove the Committee of Adjustment. What they want to do is remove from any land severance conditions anything more or less to deal with sustainability or green energy design. So that would mean that if a Committee of Adjustment as a condition of a severance wanted a developer to enter into an agreement or do something related to green energy standards or something of that, that would be a no-go.
And anything in there for the endangered species, or that still just Bill C5?
Yeah, through your worship, there was nothing in, not that I'm aware of, anything in Bill 98 with respect to endangered species. That was the previous acts before that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor, I have a few here. So in our ongoing planning process, I'm not aware of how involved the county is, but I mean, if we're not identified as one of the municipalities, is there, in your mind, a benefit for Wasaga Beach requesting not to have the Simcoe County's involvement in our planning process.
Through your worship, so this will be just my opinion, it won't be the opinion of the department or senior management, but so basically, essentially, what it would mean is that if the municipality was to either opt out or be prescribed as no longer being under the county, it would mean that your staff reports would no longer reference the county official plan, which in and of itself, and the benefit that we have is that we're more or less a settlement area. We don't have a lot of rural lands. You'll have a new official plan, hopefully in the next couple of months, that's already been vetted. So I don't think from an official plan perspective, it'll be a detriment to us. What's not clear is, in that case, if we're no longer under the county official plan, does that mean we're no longer under the county's population growth numbers? And if we're not, that means then the town council can then go to the ministry with its population numbers. So that may be a benefit to the municipality. What is also unclear is whether if in the fact that the municipality is no longer has its official plan tied to the county official plan, when you do an official plan amendment currently, we send that to the county council for approval. I would only have to guess that in this scenario, then it wouldn't be going to the county, it would be going to the ministry. So it would be the ministry looking at our official plan amendments. So those are probably three things off the top of my head that I can think of.
Okay, thank you. My next question is related to accepting the studies from certified professionals. It didn't talk about when a conservation authority is involved, because I quite commonly hear where a certified professional is weighed in and it's not accepted by the conservation authority. So was there anything in the bill as to the interaction of all this with a conservation authority?
Through your worship, not that I could see. So normally the Conservation Authority is a commenting agency and they get circulated through us. So it would be us to determine if an application is complete and then forward it on to the NVCA or the Conservation Authority for their review. And so what the legislation is saying is that it's not that you can't, once you've deemed it complete, you don't have to agree with the recommendations of the report. It's still fair to have it peer reviewed or examined. It's just that as a municipality, we can't refuse to deem an application complete because we don't feel that person is qualified or et cetera, et cetera.
A final question relates to the mayor's comments. When we talk about 175 square meters or 1,900 square feet, I'm assuming that the public meeting we just had might fall into that category where the province is saying that if you want to build 28 townhomes where in a neighborhood that is mostly single detached, that if that were appealed, if we decided not to agree, if that were appealed, it would very likely be approved.
Through your worship. So basically, if that portion of what they're considering comes to pass, it would mean that our zoning bylaws could not require a minimum lot area greater than 175. The proponent could still do greater than 175, it's just that our zoning bylaw couldn't require something greater than that. So, yeah, I don't understand exactly why they were doing this. It could be, I think, perhaps for tiny houses, because there's a lot of houses that are 1,900 square feet without a lot, so, and we still have setbacks to deal with and parking and everything else, so it's an interesting thing they're proposing.
And final question is just, was this all deemed to be in effect in 29, or is some of it sooner than 29?
Through your worship. So right now, this is just through the commenting process on the the ERO website. None of this has come to pass. This is just the province is putting it out there that these are the things that they're considering, and they're opening it up to the public or to whomever if they want to comment specifically on any of this. The only deadline that I put in there was if in fact they determine that streamlining official plans are going to be a thing in the future, and it looks like that for us might be January 2029, but none of this has come into pass yet.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. Next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. There's a couple that jump out there. Obviously, they're clawing back any sort of green priority or focus, and the lot sizes are definitely a challenge. What do you see are some of the most glaring concerns that you have based on all of that information? What are the few that really pop for you, please, Trevor?
I think the one that Councillor Belanger just brought up, the minimum lot area of 1,900 square feet, it's pretty small. That stands out to me. Getting rid of site plan control under the Planning Act gives me pause for thought, but I don't know if they will actually do that. Streamlining it, that may have some positives. The core studies, I mean, quite honestly, your planning staff already does that. We don't ask for studies that are not, in our opinion, warranted. So I don't see streamlining complete applications is going to be an issue for us particularly. Prescribed professions, obviously if a person has an RPP or is a PEng, we recognize their professional designations. It doesn't mean that we agree or disagree with what they're saying. It's just that if you're a professional person and you submit a study, we're obviously going to take it in and we'll review it accordingly. And we touched on the County of Simcoe. I think that's, it's a lot of two on there, but streamlining the official plan is an interesting thing too. But again, standardization of parkland, I think generally speaking, our staff are pretty reasonable. We don't try to leverage unreasonableness when people come in for parkland. So I really don't honestly see a lot of big scary stuff here. Removal of site plan approval, I don't think that would be a great idea, and maybe the minimum lot area sizes.
All right, Councillor White.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the wholesome report. Just with regards to costs now associated with administering this, like, do you see with this whole peer removal, like us having to take on these reviews from certain professionals, having to review all that, having added costs or added staffing or whatever, is that some sort of downloading? Do you think that's coming to us?
Through your worship, no, I don't, because I think it'll just be like business as usual for us. When we get applications in, if we need something peer reviewed, like at EIS, we're going to continue to do that. The act, I don't think the changes are saying that you can't refute or challenge or the findings or peer reviewing. What they're trying to do is make sure that you're not a municipality that moves the bar every time somebody is told it's a complete application. Oh, can you do this? Or can you? We don't do that now anyway, so I don't really see that as going to be an issue for this municipality.
So with the 1,900 square feet for minimum lot size, it's like 45 by 45 or 42 by 42 or something along those lines. Yeah, you're right, it's probably to tiny homes, but can a municipality effectively service lots like that, or does that even make sense to have, single family dwelling private lots that are that small? If you were to have tiny homes, wouldn't you more apt to put that into like a plan of condominium or something rather than independent lot?
Through your worship, yeah, absolutely. I can only imagine this is trying to infill some of the larger lots that you might see in the GTA. I don't really see this being a big take-up here in our municipality. I mean, it is possible, but a 1,900 square foot lot is not very big by the time you put the building on and you have to put a parking lot somewhere or parking space. So I'm not sure who would, creating the lot is one thing, but you got to try to develop it and sell it to somebody else. So I don't know if there's a market there. Maybe in some municipalities this is a thing. I don't see it for us, really.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and this is definitely a lot to take in, and I'm relieved to hear you say it's not scary. I wonder about the streamlining the OPs in 2029. Will that affect our new OP, and will that add more workload?
Through your worship, so yeah, it would. It would impact all municipal official plans, including our own. It would give us 2 years to do it. We have Matt Ellis, who is our senior planner policy. So if this was to come into effect, then we would simply just assign it to appropriate member of our staff, and we would just start picking away at it and have it all wrapped up for council in that 2-year time period.
All right, a follow-up, and it might be an opinion question, but is ultimately this bill's purpose to build more homes fast? And if so, eliminating the county, will that not slow down the process?
Through your worship, I don't think, for starters, we don't know if we're going to be out of the county or not. So again, this is all just conversation at this point, but I don't think the county, excuse me, the county being removed from a land use perspective for us is going to impact how we do our business. Again, we are predominantly a full-service urban municipality. We're not like some of the other municipalities that have a smattering of settlement areas and villages and surrounded by rural lands and such of that. I don't think that's going to impact us. And as for the purposes of why the changes, a lot of this is actually trying to speed up site plan approvals and not to weigh into the appropriateness of the green energy standards reductions, but I think the province is definitely trying to push a mandate of making development occur quicker and faster, and I think this is something we've seen now for the last 3 years. It's a trend.
All right, thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, this may or may not have anything to do exactly with this, but it's been on my mind lately. I've been thinking on it, and it's to do with growth. And I think of Brampton and what Brampton was like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, and what Brampton is like today. And we're often referred to way back as Brampton North. I can't say all the things, I don't know. We have our opinions what happened. But are we protected in any way that couldn't be forced on us, that type of growth?
Through your worship, you're as protected as the province wishes to protect you, I guess is what I would say. But you have population numbers that have been basically given to you from the county already. If you're removed from the county, then you would be able to dictate yourselves what your population would be. But even then, don't forget, as I said, planning authorities must base their population and employment on the Ontario population projections of the Ministry of Finance. So I think if the county was removed, and we think that we could come up, if council could come up as or the population of the town could come up with their numbers, as long as those numbers don't fly in the face of what the Ministry of Finance is, you're as close to being in the driver's seat as you can possibly be without being in the province itself.
Thank you, Trevor. Andrew?
I just wanted to weigh in on the Brampton question, given that I led Brampton's official plan before coming back here. Apples and oranges. So an urban municipality like Brampton, Mississauga, Toronto has infrastructure to support population of 700, 800, 1 million people. We don't. Brampton has multiple heavy rail lines for commuters. It has investing in light rail, et cetera. So we don't have any of that infrastructure, so we could never support a population of Brampton. So we will never become Brampton North. There are a lot of planning principles that are relevant, such as village centers, et cetera, but again, just wanted to emphasize it's apples and oranges. We will never become Brampton North.
I don't know if I'd ever say never, but certainly not in ours or a couple of generations to come anyway, for sure. All right, any other questions or comments from members of council? Anything to add from staff? We're all good? Okay. All right, so we just received that information. We have no motion there. We'll move on to item number 9, which is staff reports. And we have no items pulled here today, so we do have a recommended motion for staff reports that the following consent list items under staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration, which we have none, to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 10, which is minutes of boards and committees. And again, we have no items pulled there, so we do have a recommended motion that the consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then moving on to item number 11, matters for consideration. We have none. So on to item number 12, recommendations arising from boards and committees, and we have none there again today. Item number 13 is council requested staff reports. And the list of council staff reports, you've all seen them. Are any questions or comments on the ones that are currently on the list? All right, seeing none, I understand, Councillor White, that you wanted to speak to us about requesting a staff report. Councillor?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This is following up on something I've been working on for a little while, so I'm going to bring it here to Council. There's an ongoing safety issue in the Silver Birch subdivision. I've been approached by a number of residents that live along Silver Birch and as well as along Bay Court with complaints of speeding vehicles and safety concerns. There's a great trail system there that connects the different parts of the subdivision as well as to the Birchview Dunes Elementary School. The trails there are used for recreation and as a walking path to get to the school. There's a combination of pedestrians, dog walkers, kids, and parents all going to and from the school. It's a very well-used trail. To make it easier for kids to get to the school from the subdivision, the school board has created 3 trail access points, one from Dyer Drive, one from Caribou Trail, and the other from Bay Court. The issue I'd like addressed today is the intersection between Bay Court and the school path and the Storybook Trail. To access the path to the school, people walk through Storybook Park where it meets up with Silver Birch. And then they have to walk about 50 meters along Silver Birch and cross at Bay Court to get to that path to the school. Traffic heading north on Silver Birch is unimpeded as it winds its way down River Road West. This combination of pedestrians, fast-moving cars, blind turns, and overgrowth and vegetation makes the area unsafe. On top of all that, there is a community mailbox located between the 2 trail access points along Silver Birch. So that puts a lot of parked cars and pedestrians too. So last year, we had a resident request a speed study to be done along Silver Birch, and it was conducted. 2 vehicle data devices were placed along Silver Birch, one up near Regina and the other one down near Bay Court. Interestingly enough, although the report itself said that speeds, because the average speed was 41.1 kilometers an hour, which is not above the posted limit, there was a couple of things there to be taken into consideration. There's 277% more traffic at the Bay Court and Silver Birch collection point than it was up at Regina, and the speeds were 10 kilometers faster. So that means basically speeds increased as you head north on Silver Birch going into this pedestrian-heavy zone. After discussions with staff, I believe that there are a couple of different possible solutions to address the concerns. So I'm requesting more data be collected to determine the correct course of action. So here are some of my initial thoughts, or some of the initial thoughts. Place a stop sign or a controlled intersection at Bay Court and Silver Sands to give motorists a reason to be moving slow in that area. And although Silver Sands is a little south of Bay Court, it could cause people to be moving a lot slower through that section because they've already just had to stop. A second, the town extended the sidewalk up a little bit or south a little bit from River Road West, and just to continue that another 140 meters all the way down to Silver Sands would keep pedestrians off the road between those 2 access points in the trail where you have to go in to get down to the school. And the third option would be kind of a bit of an extension of the second one, saying still extend the sidewalk that extra 140 meters, but put in one of those solar-powered pedestrian crosswalks there at Bay Court, so kids can cross there safely and get down to that path. So I'm asking for staff to collect the data regarding the number of pedestrian sightlines, et cetera, that they need to do, as well as give the costs associated with the urbanization of the area, and of course, if they come up with any other possible solutions to the issue, so that council can decide what course to take. And because the most accurate pedestrian data is going to be collected essentially now while the kids are still in school, I was hoping to have this come back in May.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to look to our General Manager, Lalonde, for any comment on this from staff standpoint.
Through your worship to Councillor White, no, we've had some conversations certainly in depth over the last little bit, and we'll take the request back and come back with information and the data to support our recommendations.
Any comments from other members? Well, we're just asking for a staff report, so we've received staff have received that, and they'll take that and they'll come back at a later date to council. All right, so we do need a motion on that. Do you have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That council direct staff to undertake a comprehensive review of pedestrian and traffic safety in the Silverbridge Avenue subdivision with a focus on the areas surrounding Bay Court and Storybook Trail, with the report to come back to council at its May 28th, 2026 meeting.
Oh, okay, so we're looking for that touch suite. And those timelines, you're comfortable with those timelines, Kevin?
We will do our best. My team will get on it, Councillor, through your worship.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we have that motion moved by Councillor White. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, thank you, Councillor. Moving on then to item number 14, notices of motion. We have none. Item number 15 is motion where notice has been previously given. We have none. And now into closed session, and we have a recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the April 16th, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: K-12 school and community hub. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll now go into closed session.
We're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back. We're just coming back out of closed session, and we do have item number 17, which is our closed session rise and report, and I'll look to our clerk for that. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session at 2:37 p.m. to discuss the following matters. 16.3.1, K-12 School and Community Hub, in accordance with Section 239(2)I. As a result of these discussions, the following motion is before Council. That Council approve funding of the K-12 School and Community Hub Theater modification to an additional $325,000 to be funded from the Casino Reserve.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Members of Council, you've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 18, which is bylaws, and we have a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and have been deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that is 2026-29, 2026-30, 2026-31, 2026-32, and 2026-33. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the bylaws, please? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned at 3:02 p.m.